Um, oh, perfect. Hello, Sable, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, yay.
But you might want to get a little bit closer to the mic. Like I can hear you, but if someone doesn't have their volume turned up, it might be an issue.
Okay, how about now?
It's good.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being the guinea pig. Can we control the volume of that speaker or does it don't think? We're learning things live. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We are in the guest speaker portion of our October meeting of ANC 1B, and we're gonna just start off with a welcome to a new home of ours, hopefully in the rotation, from Steve Coleman, who's the Executive Director of Washington Parks and People, who has generously allowed us to use the space here at the Josephine Butler Parks Center. Please do.
Thank you. Is this good? It's just a real honor to have the Neighborhood Commission here. This place is truly a place where neighborhood, oops.
I'll go get it.
Okay. It's a place where neighborhood dreams have been coming through for a long time, 28 years to be exact. So this building was built to be the home of the vice president, the official home. And we actually had the last vice president here twice a year ago as she was closing out the campaign. She practiced her final speech, the one she gave in front of the White House, right across the hall. And we introduced her to Josephine Butler, who the center is named after, at least to her spirit, because Joe is very much alive here. So Joe was the co-founder of the statehood and voting rights movement for DC. And she always talked about big things that needed to happen to make the world a better place. And people would say, that's going to take a long time. And she would say, exactly, that's why we have to get started. And so that's the spirit of this building. Parks and People has been working on reclaiming parks and playgrounds and community gardens and vacant lots. Reduce crime in the park ultimately by 98%. And it's relevant to the conversation tonight as we talk about how do we meet the scourge of violence with the power of community. So we're really just honored to have you here. This is a community place. It was made possible by over 60,000 volunteers. It was not donated by some, Titan or something, or the government. It was made possible truly by the power of sweat and people who cared and believed that this community could be a leader, could be a model for the city, for the country, and for the world.
Thank you.
Absolutely pleased to be here. Thank you, Steve, for having us. Please give us your reviews afterward and let us know if you like it better or worse than other venues. And I already know the venue. Yeah, so thank you all for joining us at the venue. Nice to see you all. Please enjoy the pizza. We will move right into our formal guest speakers. Tonight we've invited Reverend Judy Shepherd-Gore, who I see here. You have to use the jazz singer station over there. Sorry, there was no podium in the building, so we're just rolling with it. As well as Quelly Sneed, who's the executive director of DC's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I've mentioned we don't expect presentations today. Mostly want to just have a chat and Q&A. But if you'd like to start off with Reverend Judy, I don't know if you want to offer any remarks or if you want us to go right into. Okay, come on up, please, if you would. And we have a handheld mic if you want to each take. You don't have to share back and forth.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share about our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which we affectionately refer to as WANS, not phonetically sounded or spelled. As Carly Sneed, I'm the executive director. Today has been a kind of a high for us to just to kind of share a little bit. We entertained 18 directors of offices of gun violence prevention from across the nation. And we got to share ideas. They asked us a lot of questions about the direction and future and really full transparency about the evolution of WANS, because WANS has gone through, I would say several versions. Would we say several versions of itself? I'm happy to be a part of the fourth version of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. But just to kind of give you a little bit of background about the agency, our approach is not enforcement alone. We don't believe in enforcement alone, but we know engagement, opportunity, and healing is what our community needs. So we operate from that space. We have several key programs that are very successful. One is the Pathways program, which is a workforce. We say workforce, but I totally agree with that, because really it's about the change, the sustainable change in mindset, in heart, in core. The program is focused on those that are drivers of gun violence and those that have been impacted by gun violence. What you see is a 10-week program with a 4-month work experience, but during those 10 weeks, they're really receiving wellness counseling, one-on-one counseling, to really kind of get into what are my triggers? Why am I responding to society in this way? And really just understanding self. Then we move into, in terms of weeks 3 and 4, we focus on not only just the mind, but giving them an opportunity to build skills and work as a team. I think I probably have bypassed and failed to mention a lot of these, we call them ambassadors. A lot of our clients or ambassadors are coming from sometimes feeling of communities that are not getting along. And to see when you walk in the room, their shoulders are like earrings, but each week you see them relax and settle in and enjoy this experience. We send them, I'm not a fan of this exercise myself, but to see them whitewater rafting in West Virginia, I'm just like, oh my God, we have non-swimmers in the Potomac. But you know, again, it's team building, working together as a team, zip lining, also those trust exercises, being able to make sure that the person believing and having the trust is something that's hard for many of our ambassadors. So that's a successful program. I always say we don't need not one flyer to promote this program. It promotes itself. Another is our Family and Survivor Support Division, which focuses on trauma-informed services and resources for families and survivors that have been impacted by gun violence. In this program, it's a small but mighty team. They have the fortunate and the unfortunate responsibility of having they have someone walking them through step by step, those immediate 24, 48, 72 hours on over to the burial support. Another part of that is also sometimes, and gratefully, it doesn't result in a homicide. It's a person who has now encountered, has been shot, has now being treated for trauma in the hospital, but will be released back into the community. Can you imagine what that must be like to go back to the community in which you were harmed? And so it's working with them to have those trauma-informed. In support of them transitioning back home. So we work very closely with our the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens, Director Lamont Carey. And we also work with a lot of our ecosystem, as we like to refer to them, those services that are provided by community-based organizations. And then last but not least, our favorite topic in the district, violence interruption. We have a violence interruption program in the city. And for this particular ward, we have, I know you all say ICCDC, but I just say Reverend Judy. We have Reverend Judy, who has been providing this service for Ward 1. And we've been working very closely with her and ensuring that she has the support. We've done a couple of projects together recently that have been very successful in terms of everyone already knows me here, but for those of you who do not, I am the Executive Director for Inner City Collaborative Community Development Corporation. And under the One's Violence Interruption Initiative, we are your Ward 1 organization for violence interruption services, covering Columbia Heights, LaDroit, Adams Morgan. So we kind of, address the full, pretty much the full area. Some parts of Mount Pleasant, yes. Oh, some parts of Mount Pleasant. Also that.
Step over here. You're off the screen. People on the.
Oh,
You
okay.
have to come closer to the table over here. The camera's not following for some reason. Oh, that might be better.
Across the board that are
Will that work?
We don't need to see the screen.
Or be right in front of this, in front of the screen. Oh, great. Come, stand right here next to Matthew if you would. I think, no, like right next to him. Next to me. Right here.
Yep. Now turn. There you go.
So we have about 10 that we serve. Make sure that we have a visible presence in those communities, not just when something happens, but as Quelly alluded to, we do a lot of community events where we pass out hygiene and resources and what we call pub ed, information about us and what we do in the communities that we're in. At the pleasure of the mayor, we're now in some of the communities in and around the schools during safe passage with our violence interrupters so that they can actually be a visible force in the community. So we're working in that project. One of the things that we do a lot, as Charlotte mentioned, we really try to that come through our programs. We have something called the Peace Ambassadors, which we're in a church right now with the community in LaDroit. Thanks, shout out to Matt for making sure that Reverend Jenkins opened up the Episcopal Church for us to have a warm place where we could take 8 young men who would, they're very active men. Positive things. And we try to create programs that really reflect who they are so that in redesigning and getting them to redirect that energy into something positive, we try to make sure that they can feel connected to the work in a real way, but also understand that they have to change that, in order to really, really have a long life and a fulfilling life. I got to get you to put the gun down, right? I got to get you to and we want to, show them the way. We want to create that pathway to peace for them. We also have CBT training where we focus on the Think, Act, Do paradigm that we try to teach them, mindfulness and, taking a time out and how to just breathe, right? And understand, and Steve will appreciate this. That is
to the whole cycle, right? And knowing and understanding that the oxygen and the air that you breathe is produced by trees. And that's why we should appreciate and value that. Last summer, we had the opportunity. They have another name in the community, but they literally planted 50 trees in Anacostia Park. And that was funded by what it is that we do in the community with mentors, along with our managers with community, right? Of those communities in Columbia Heights that participated in that event as well. So we try to be innovative and creative in the ways of, redirecting and programming at the community level. So not just having activities and outreach, but also being very present to de-escalate. And we do a lot of conflict mapping along with each other, but we do try to shout out. We've had low activity in some of our hottest communities in Columbia Heights. But it's not we work really, really hard to meet the problem in the area. So we work really, really hard with the commander from 3 and 4. I do. The VIs don't. There's a separation that we maintain for the integrity community, but we have a very the community. So we're working behind the scenes, doing the work, making the connections. And I thank God for the partnerships that also enable us to do the work with the commissioners who, invite me and give me the opportunity to step in and to do something when there's a that's
We're going to attempt to stop using the handheld mics. I think they're causing some issues. So if you can clumsily hold this microphone with the base, it doesn't look cute, but I think it will work much better.
okay.
And hopefully I can get a thumbs up from Commissioner Harris on the line that this works better.
Okay.
It works much better.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So no handheld mics today, guys. Sorry. Just these. They have an issue in their system. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for the introduction. And Director Sneed, I know we talked a little bit before this meeting. I'd love for you to give us an idea of how the changes shook out in the fiscal year 26 budget. If you can confirm, I think it's true what we expected, that there was an overall decrease in the amount of funding for violence interruption programs district-wide. As a result, let's say, of closing Cure the Streets and moving all the VI programming over to your office.
Overall, ones did receive a decrease in overall funding. And so what that means is that, okay, we're looking internally to see what are our priorities based off of the previous year. And we've been looking really internally at some of the things that we know that really wasn't driving down gun violence. So there were some wasted activities. And so what we've done internally, again, is we're moving, well, let me just start setting this standard. We are really getting more comfortable with making decisions driven by data. That has never been a strength in the very beginning, would you say? Yeah. But now we are looking at what is the most impact we're getting in some of our activities. So with the change, yes, there is reduction. However, overall, I had an interesting conversation with the 18 directors across the nation, and we are the largest office of balance in the United States. Not only we are the largest fund. So yes, we all as in the agency and within the district government as a whole have to be more lean in these times. But we have been able, our mayor has been really committed to ensuring that it remains a funded activity at a where we can actually make and still continue to have the impact. Some of the things that we will be doing differently this year as a respect, we always have pathways. Pathways will continue on. But one thing that I have been driving for is that 10 weeks is not enough when we're able to get a hold of some of our young people. We need a more sustainable program. And so we are now going from 10 weeks to a 10-month model, where there's 6 months of intensive focus on self, mindset, care, wellness, and then there is a 4-month job work experience. So we're really excited about that. That again, 10 weeks, you see the light beginning to flicker. 10 months is a more, based off of best practices, it'll be a more sustainable change. Another thing that we have differently is that, yes, we have inherited the Secure the Streets model, or well, not the model, but the organizations that are coming from the OAG. And that was effective on October 1. So as Secure the Streets or the OAG's Violence Interruption Program closed, we picked up what their structure was at the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. So we currently have 6 of their sites that will be now housed within ones. So what does that really mean? That means that we're operating 2 distinct programs in that sense, because we want others to be able to track and see what the Cure the Streets programs and sites and locations, how they're being absorbed into the ones, but we also want to keep our signature programs like ICCDC separate and apart because they do operate so differently. What we'll notice is that we'll begin to merge collectively together in FY27. So this year, there will be some separation, but in FY27, you'll see that there is one violence interruption. This current, at the beginning of this first quarter, we will be doing a resolicitation. What does that mean? That means any of the providers providing services for violence interruption will apply or reapply for the grant. We're going to change it up a little bit. Again, I said that we are going to look and focus on data that makes just make sure we are in the right neighborhood and making sure that those spots that are no longer hot, we go down. And that's what we want. We want a spot to be cold. Data within the wards to see where are we supposed to be. So that exercise is happening, and the resolicitation will be reflected in January of 2026.
So are they operating on different models? Can you talk a bit about what you meant? You know, the Cure the Streets model, is that still being used in the 6 sites?
So the ones model is, we are ward-based. Again, it goes to that data. So I don't want to misinterpret what I mean about ward. We have priority 27 communities currently at once. Sometimes we know that crime moves and it shifts. We see an uptick in a community. And so when the data shows that there is an uptick in a community, I'm going to, hey, you see somebody down because what's happened? Because they've never been on our radar before. That are our ones ward-based. Doesn't mean we're no longer in our priority areas, but I look at the trends that surrounding those communities. Now, when we have the Cure the Streets, they're usually like 1 block radius. So you just heard Reverend Judy say that she's in CHB. She's in different communities. With the CPS model, they are in 1 community and they focus specifically in that 1 community. So I would say, not the 2, we're a little more. But you'll see us all coming and merging together under 1 approach, and that's why.
So there had, well, that's interesting. There was a lot of concern when we were talking about the net reduction in VI funding in the budget about program area, like the geographic areas being cut. But maybe that's not quite how you think about it. It's not designated zones so strictly.
So I'll give you a great example.
15th and
15th, right? Or let's just say 15 in this scenario never had any district. I know on 14 on the CAC, I can see is present. But then all of a sudden, I'm seeing and shoot, not to be non doesn't necessarily have to go. And that's what I'm saying. This piece is never again, it's driven by the data. It's not that we're just wrong in the entire board, but we're looking consistent where we should.
And at the same time, the boundary is not so hard, let's say.
I think the reason, I don't know, it seems to be a very hard concept is I think historically one has not operated in that way. But I think if you think about it, there was time, and I think our meeting that where there would be a provider, there would be a stop sign. Because they were bound by that, remember, the client had to go on the other side of the stop sign. And they were like, well, that's not our community. And within that, they were absolutely right. It wasn't in their community. But do you understand how hard and challenging that is to communicate with residents? Right. Exactly, right? And so this ward-based approach gives us an opportunity to move when necessary. When the data says we should.
Yeah, I also want to acknowledge that Jasmine is online, right? She disappeared for me. Sorry? Oh, okay. Sorry, she had joined us, and I didn't. I apologize. I didn't acknowledge her there. She was listening in. Yeah, Commissioner.
Has the recent administration, with what they've been doing to DC, impacted or have changed any of your graphing or zoning, or changes at all to the claims of the president that there's been no shootings and this and that? Again, necessarily say everything what he says is accurate, but I'm just asking if there's been changes to what you guys, the good things you guys have been doing.
In terms of the, I think there's
with crime and shootings and just altercations that are happening in DC, usually on the regular, according to Trump, he states that it's gone away now because he's, put now all these different agencies in place. How is that impacting? Is it impacting your program at all? Changing the program?
We were driving down gun violence in the city before the effort, and the data reflected that. And I am going to say ONES is a part of that discussion, and I'll stand 10 toes down on that. What I will say is that I think we have shifted in our posture a little more to educate the community about how to navigate. I know there has been some fear, but I think now that the initial impact, I think people are beginning, one, to come back outside and reclaim their neighborhoods and their territories, which I'm a born Washington, so I'm a native. So this, to see families cooped up in their houses in fear, I think, has, as a native, that's never been Washington, D.C. or the D.C. that I grew up in. But I do believe seeing the shift. I see people are coming back outside. I've seen them reclaiming their neighborhoods and rebuilding that comfort. So, yeah.
One more quick question, just for, where can we find this information? So when you keep talking about data driven, and I keep asking the council member in the mayor's office, and I'm not getting a clear answer as to where we can actually find that data.
Our data is housed on the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice. So once upon a time, it was housed with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, OGVP, and so now that it has now shifted to the Deputy Mayor's Office of Public Safety and Justice.
Wonderful, thank you. Questions from the room? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming and speaking to us. It's great to get updates about ONES, and I'm happy to hear that the the Pathways program is being expanded. It definitely seems like 10 weeks is not long enough to turn somebody's life around like that. I am curious, are you guys going to be trying to track more outcomes with Pathways in terms of, Are these individuals stably employed after they leave the program? Is there recidivism? Is there victimization of crimes later on? I think, one of the recommendations from the Auditor General report that came out a few years ago was trying to track some of these outcomes more. And I think it would be great to see if does the 10-month program, do we see better outcomes for those individuals?
And thank you for the question. Absolutely. One thing that we know historically that we could have done better with is how to tracking the outcomes. But I can kind of give you the story is sometimes you start off tracking something and you realize you're not really tracking the thing that you thought you were tracking. And so we have done a lot of shifting to make sure that is this going to be impactful data? Does this really tell the story or the success of this program? So we have been really, really playing with what is the right thing to track to really tell the story. Which I think one has been an organization or an agency that hasn't told its story well. There's a lot of impactful things that are happening in that agency, and we've allowed outside forces to tell the story in such an adverse and negative way. So with that, we are building, and I think a lot of it is also technology. So we're now continuing to build out our quick-based system to really be able to house, or Deputy Director Julia Erdis has really been working steadfast on creating, not so we have all of these external software or applications, but to be able to house it. So we're getting better, but we still have some improvement.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Questions? In the audience? Come on, grab a. Oh, okay.
So you mentioned that folks are coming back outside. There are a lot of people who are not coming outside.
Yeah.
Our brown neighbors,
Yeah.
our Latino friends
Yeah.
are scared to death to come outside. And this is not addressed to you guys in particular, but really for all of us.
Yeah.
The collaboration that the mayor directed between MPD and ICE is severely undercutting the credibility of our officers. It's a massive problem at the neighborhood level of crime prevention and crime reduction and intervention. I understand that the politics tie her hands, but we've got a real uphill job to do here. We had Park Police work with ICE to abduct 2 children on their way to school in the park. We've had incredible incidents of violence committed against our people. Violence by people who are representing themselves as representing the federal government, but with MPD there appearing to be working with them, and in some cases actively helping them. And I understand that this is all very complicated, but I think we have a real problem, and I'm concerned as one who's worked my entire adult life on helping to reduce violence in this neighborhood and across the city, that the ICE collaboration is hurting long-term crime reduction and crime prevention and crime and violence intervention in our city. So I'm just kind of putting it to you and to all of us to kind of say what I think we're all seeing, and say, Parks and people and all of us stand ready to help any way that we can, but we've got a massive job that's only getting harder every day. That you have masked, unnamed terrorists appearing, basically thugs, claiming to be police and being now supported by MPD. And again, it's not what MPD wants to do, perhaps it's not what the mayor wants to do, but it's what we're all dealing with. So I've been watching what's happening in other cities. I noticed in Portland, Oregon, the police were being much more clear and saying, our National Guard, our police are here for the people who live here. And I don't think we've made that clear, folks. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Steve, because we have seen, especially in our brown communities, we've been deliberately doing a little more work in Columbia Heights and Adams Morgan. For that reason, we just did a partnership with Jubilee Housing where we're going to be doing more and more outreach. We just did an outreach 2 Saturdays ago where we passed out food, resources, hygiene, compliments of the one's office, gave out information about the the food bank at the Family Place DC, another partner where we're trying to, because we have had to shop for some of our Latina neighbors. We have, had to console them. I've had to consult with Carolina to, get translation for a mother who was fearful about her child going to school. So we are aware of what's going on in our communities, and we're trying to be, as proactive as we can, to make sure that we support them and that we try to mitigate the fear as much as we can, because it's real. It really is. We had an event at the end of August, and it was right at the 801 Taylor Street at the Petworth Recreation Center. Everybody had a great time. It was well attended. People were walking away very excited, and went right around the corner and met ICE. And, the VIs had to, kind of step in and put their phones around, and then they kind of backed off. But it is a concern, and we are aware of it, and we try to do as much as we can. Because if we see something, we say something, and we try to alert, the authorities so that we can make sure that we keep it within our community and try to support the Black and Brown communities that are really, really impacted by this.
I'd like to ask you another question, and for both of you, but maybe with an emphasis on Reverend Judy, if you would. On this past Saturday morning around 12:30 a.m., there was a shooting in 1B06 that was a fatal homicide. When it had been a while since we had one right here along the park. This is speculative. I want it to be noted. This is speculative. It's not confirmed, but the victim of that shooting appears to match the name and age of somebody who had multiple firearms incidents in the past, had been caught with an unlicensed firearm, had been involved in another fatal shooting where they were the shooter, but was entered in probation instead of, a prison sentence. I don't want you to comment on the specific case. Obviously, you don't know the details, but you've dealt with this a lot. There's already a sense in the neighborhood that, hey, this is sort of looks like a recidivist issue, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of interagency cooperation to make sure that that person, doesn't fall into that pattern over the course of years. So how do you think about, how can we speak to constituents about that and about the way that VI programs are meant to, and maybe where there are deficiencies and they need more resources, to handle a life cycle issue like that, let's say, where someone had trouble 3 or 4 years ago and they seem to have fallen off the radar. And people get especially, of course, frustrated and sort of take umbrage when they think that, that's the kind of person that you should have eyes on. How did they fall out? And how do they fall off the radar? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I want to. Okay. And one thing that I want to also make sure that we all walk away with this understanding: we are a choice. They have to choose to work with us. And so we know if they don't choose to work with us, there will be some set of consequences down the road. One's is not court mandated. It's not, it's the work of violence interrupters really using relatability, relationship to build community with these individuals. And when you say high risk, it's not easy to connect with a person who is high risk. It takes time. And during that time, you're, as a VI, even as the ones VI, and the distinction is just that we have also men and women that serve as violence interrupter internal to the government, internal to ones as well, partnering with our CBOs or community-based organizations. It's at some point, the person will make the choice to come and choose us because we believe we're the better option. We are the resource to connect to better. But again, it does start with that individual. And I don't want to say it's us or ending up with MPD, but sometimes it does very much boil down to that's the decision making. We work hard. And I will tell you, and sometimes I get mad with my violence interruptions because, hours and hours on hours on hours investment. I love the fact that they do not give up. But again, it still boils down to choice.
I think that's going to sound to a lot of people like, because this block here is not a designated, service area. Or at least, I don't know if it's in the 27, to be honest, but I know obviously it wasn't a Cure the Streets area. And so it seems like, when it falls outside the boundaries, then you're saying the high-risk individual has to find their way to you, or are there?
No, they're usually on the radar. And so at this level, they definitely are on our radar.
Yeah. Under the ONCE program, under Cure, it wasn't,
Yeah.
because it was very neighborhood specific. We were initially awarded Brentwood Park. And I was under the Cure grant for 3 years. And then when we got the map, we realized that we were in Columbia Heights. And in Columbia Heights in a real way. And that's when our name changed from Brightwood Park Petworth. It wasn't publicized, but it became Cure the Streets Uptown, because we really were a reflection of the Uptown community. But even with that, we were still drawn by boundary lines, right? But under the Ward 1 initiative, because as Crowley described, if there is something going on over here and it wasn't going on before, I can now say, let's go check that out, right? Or who has relationships in that community that can help us, get some intel and see, is this a one-off or is this a problem, right? So we're able to navigate and really put boots on the ground in communities that were not so hot or was a cold spot before, which is kind of a neat way to look at the whole ward and see where we might need to put some additional resources. Same thing with, Adams Morgan was not a real hot spot as compared to the other communities that we were in. But then all of a sudden, MPD started emailing the ones, and the one says, Reverend Judy, can you, and it was just the kids hanging out, but they were doing illegal things, right? And illegal things, we always know when you're drug dealing, somebody's bound to bring a gun and it's going to get violent, right? Because there's money exchanging. So we were able to get up there, put a VI up there, made some relationships, got to know the community, realized that Jubilee Housing had a lot of property in that community, made relationships with them. We now have so we're going to start our CBT and Peace and Investment program, hopefully this month in their buildings that we've identified as areas that we need to kind of. And the thing about, as Crowley said, participants have to make the decision to engage with us. We're outside because they're outside, but we really want them to engage and know that we're out there. So we do approach them with our programming, with our activities, when we do pop-ups in their community with resources and sharing information. Then we get a phone call and they say, okay, how can I join? Yeah, how can we be a part of this? Or we'll get a phone call, which is a tip from someone that says, you might want to look into this individual. So those are the kinds of things about being visible and being present, and in communities that we're not traditionally have not been in. Being ward-based has allowed us to do under the ONCE initiative, which has been really, really, it has paid off quite a bit because again, crime moves, right? It's in waves, right? And once they realize that, all eyes are on a particular area, they will move down the street. So now we have the ability to move with them a little bit.
And I just, again, thank you for that, Reverend Judy. I really want to emphasize, I know to a lot of people, the ward-based model sounds like anywhere and everywhere, but I do wanted to make sure it is driven by the need. There is some incident or data that shows that this intervention needs to be in this area to kind of check it out and see what's going on. Also, I wanted to just share, not only is it for the ward, but the relationships that all of my community-based organizations have with one another across wards also is extremely impactful, because sometimes it's not within the ward, it's a ward community having some challenge or issue with a community in another ward. So that ability to connect, that ability to pick up the phone and say, hey, we're seeing this on this side, what are you guys seeing over there? And sitting at the table to really map out. And not only phenomenal, but impactful. It really just shows the strength of what collaboration can do.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anything else? All right. Thank you both very much for
You're
taking the time
welcome.
to join.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Jasmine, for joining online as well. I believe we're ready to move into our meeting. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, good. Indispensable. Thank you. I'm going to take away Commissioner Sycamore's microphone. We can share. Is this yours? You didn't print a copy for me?
We should.
Oh, goodness. Save a tree. All right. I call this meeting to order at 7:22 p.m. If the secretary will please call the roll.
Commissioner Barrio. Present. Commissioner Sycamore.
Present.
Commissioner Lemon Strauss.
Present.
Commissioner Kenzick.
Present.
Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
Present.
Commissioner Holden.
Here.
Commissioner Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Hanrahan.
Present.
And Commissioner Fay is here. With 9 of 9, we have quorum.
A full house.
Full
How very
house.
exciting. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, everybody, again. Standing room only. I mean, this is amazing. It's like at the club when they don't let people in, so the big line builds outside. It looks like it's really popular, you know? All right, the first thing we have today is the consent agenda, which includes the meeting agenda itself, which you have all 4 beautiful pages of, and the meeting minutes from the September 4th meeting. Do I hear any motions related to the consent agenda?
I move that.
Adopt. All right, wonderful. So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any objection to that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. Committee reports, and we will begin today with the Committee on Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Regulations. Commissioners Hanrahan.
Hello. Yes, we did not meet officially with a quorum at our ABCR meeting, but we met informally. We discussed many licenses before us. This is the busy season. We have 35 licenses on the agenda for the October meeting. So everyone come, just hang out. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Also recently, a big update was the Nightlife Noise Balance Amendment Act, which was introduced to DC Council and will be on the agenda for the next meeting as well for potential thoughts. We are also discussing late night operating hours for next meeting. That kind of keeps coming up with a couple of bars, tavern licenses that are either requesting a substantial change to have all night hours or already have them. So I think there's been some talks about how productive that is on peace, order, and quiet. And I think the commission and committee have some of their own opinions on terms of what our standards are and kind of what we want to postulate out to businesses and taverns in the community to try and maintain those appropriate grounds. Speaking of which, we have some active protest updates. We have some negotiated amendments to the settlement agreement with Appio. That's been an ongoing protest with some neighbors on the back of 9.5 Street, and what sounded like a productive mediation with the bar Unity, and as well as SOAST. So we are protesting many things. We are also settling and finding peace in the process, which is good as well. Hopefully we all go home happy. But yes, there's more to come in the new business section, but the next meeting will be very busy. And also finally, if anyone knows anyone who might be interested, who has an eye for detail, for legal work, for bars or cannabis, please feel free to reach out. We're always looking for more people. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The committee on the committee on community engagement. Chair Huling is not here today, so he sent his notes to me, and I will just stall for time while I find them in my
Engaging the
inbox.
community tonight.
He is engaging the community tonight.
At Common Good City Farm.
That's true. All right, very quickly, on his behalf, he has taken over recently, of course, the chair of the Community Engagement Committee and has reorganized the committee into 5 task force groups or subcommittees to focus on a few key initiatives. One of them is block parties. Believe their intent is to develop a toolkit for people that are hosting block parties, streamline the process, clarify what the ANC can provide in terms of resources, and some tips and tricks on how to do a block party successfully, which I love. There's also a farmers market task force. We are hoping to bring a farmers market back to 1B at 14th and U or nearby. So there's a group working on that. The Duke District Banner Celebration Task Force, as you've heard mentioned at multiple meetings, we're working on a project to put some, give the neighborhood a visual identity with some banners along and around U Street. So there's a tie-in with the Community Engagement Committee there. There is a Neighborhood Civic and Park Association Outreach Task Force to build stronger ties with the WNA, the Dwight Park Community Association, the Civic Association, sorry, the U Street Neighborhood Association. We don't do a ton of interfacing, which is a bit strange. So we're hoping to build some stronger relationships there, and also a task force on advertising, marketing, and promotion. So if any of those have caused your heart to palpitate because it's your favorite thing to work on, please reach out. The committee is always looking for engaged people, especially if you happen to already be involved with one of those neighborhood or civic associations. It'd be great to help build a bridge. And there is an announcement of a block party coming up in Commissioner Holden's district. It is on the 1700 block of Seton Street. Suspiciously
The
on
only block of Seton Street.
the only block of Seton Street, that's true. Which will be on Saturday, October 25th from 4 to 7. Amanda is the neighbor leading that. She has done a fantastic job coordinating logistics, food, music, etc. Should be a fun event for the Seton Street community.
Pending approval from DDOT.
Pending approval from DDOT, Director Kirschbaum, if you're listening, that's for you.
Okay.
Oh, they really cut it close there. Oh, yeah?
I guess.
Okay. And final reminder from the Community Engagement Committee is that the African American Civil War Museum, well, is meant to be having a grand reopening. The date I have here is November 11th, although I hear that it may be plus or minus 1. We're going to circle back to that later. Dr. Smith is in attendance, so we'll ask for the details when he comes up to the microphone. With that, we can go to the Committee on Economic Development. Commissioner Fay, please.
So really just a couple of previews coming up. We are going to, and we have invited and they have accepted. Shaw Main Streets will be joining us for the Economic Development Committee meeting next Thursday. Also the U Street, Main Street will be joining us, and we have reached out to the Clean Team, the business community, and many members of the committee itself have been interested in understanding the scope of work that they are to be providing, how it's impacting the community. And so this will be an opportunity for business leaders to also come together with those Main Street programs. So I think it's going to be a good, insightful, helpful discussion. The other thing that we continue to work on is the framework for community engagement for the Comp Plan 2050. And the committee reviewed the prior comp plan at our last meeting, broke down the different elements. The specific thing that we're going to be doing first with the committee and then with the community is to circulate the commitments and the priorities of the last comp plan to understand how relevant they still are, how much progress has been made against them, and how they may be a good jumping off point for engagement as we go forward in the coming year.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much. Oh, it's going to be a fun year. Committee on Public Safety, Commissioner Barrio.
Yes, thank you, Miguel. So I can start off by just giving a brief readout on the crime numbers. I do want to start with homicides. Unfortunately, we did see 2 homicides in ANC 1B tragically over the last month. This is an increase from last year when during the past month we saw no homicides, and we are currently up 1 homicide in ANC 1B year to date. So that's a concerning trend that we're monitoring. As was mentioned, there was one homicide which occurred very close to here on the 1400 block of Clifton Street. 26-year-old Jerome Miles of Northwest DC was found tragically unconscious and not breathing. Two suspects ran off. One has thankfully been placed under arrest and charged, and police are still seeking a second suspect, though maybe there are more recent updates on that I don't know about. There was also a stabbing at the 2000 block of 14th Street, so alongside the Reeves Center, that occurred on September 13th. Yeah, so also I wanted to just talk about the rest of the crime data that we've got for the past month. You know, overall crime, according to DC crime cards, is down from 130 total incidents to 90. We're seeing crime come down in every category except for homicides right now, as well as burglaries. So that's sort of an interesting trend that we have increasing homicides, but decreasing crime in other categories. And it's something we're going to continue to monitor, of course. I did want to just say the Public Safety Committee is trying to just continue to discuss and look into increased federal presence in DC, which is obviously top of mind. District law bars DC police from cooperating with immigration authorities, though, of course, there are growing concerns about the level of cooperation between MPD and immigration enforcement. And there's growing reporting and incidents and eyewitness testimony that, you know, we do have concerning incidents where MPD is with law enforcement. They are part of the task force, the federal task force, and, you know, other reports of suspects being taken by immigration enforcement. So we're going to continue to ask, you know, the hard questions about that and try to get people answers, because we want to know what's going on. And district law does bar the police from cooperating with immigration authorities, especially now that the emergency has ended. Yeah, other than that, we're looking at a late night hype resolution, trying to encourage more late night programming for youth. And we're also working on a resolution related to getting the Department of Transportation more involved with conducting traffic at major intersections on U Street, which can become very chaotic during nightlife hours. So we're hoping to actually see, you know, district personnel helping, you know, get a handle on the situation, since we have a lot of folks out there already blocking off the street. It would be great if we could get them involved with, you know, keeping pedestrians, keeping cars, keeping everybody who's out there safe and not engaging in any sort of road rage, which can occur.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We'll turn to the Committee on Transportation, Parks and Public Space.
Great. So the majority of the items from the last two meetings, September and October, we had our October meeting last night. Normally it happens after the ANC meeting, but things got shifted around because of Yom Kippur. But the majority of the items are on the agenda tonight, so we'll get into those when we have the resolutions for those. The main announcement that I wanted to share from the Transportation Committee is that former commissioner and chair and now former member of the commission, Santiago Lakatos, is moving to New York. So he has resigned from the commission. He did a lot of, from the committee, he did a lot of great work when he was on the commission. Shepherding transportation issues, especially like bus related issues, public space, trash can related issues are kind of two things he really focused on. So we'll miss him. He did a lot of great work on the committee as well. He said he would keep tabs on us, and I said, that's silly, you live in New York now. So we're down a member, except we're not, because I already recruited a new member. We had an additional person who was interested earlier in the year, Angela Marie Hatcher. So she is going to be joining us at the next committee meeting. So I guess I'm notifying the commission that I'm appointing a new member to replace Santiago, but she seems excited, and I'm happy to have her. So those are the updates.
That's like one of the most coveted tickets in town, I think, is joining the Transportation Committee. You have like a waiting list of multiple people. We're all very jealous and impressed. Finally, tonight, the Committee on Zoning Preservation and Development. Mr. Brandt, if you would, yeah, sorry. If you want to be on camera, also you have to come stand over here. You missed the whole.
Hi, Commissioners. So in our September meeting, the primary thing that we discussed was a letter of support for Howard University Hospital.
I will save the description of that because it is on the agenda for later. We did also hear from Commissioner Barrio about a resolution regarding the comp plan 2050. And then the other thing that's on the agenda, which is the 1515 U Street special exemption permit, did not actually come to the commission or to the committee because they were not ready to join us yet. So there's nothing to discuss there. And that is the summary. It's pretty straightforward.
Great.
Oh my God.
All right, all right. It's because he's not a commissioner, all right? He's he doesn't know how to stretch out his statements to fill space. He did neglect number 3, their committee member recruitment. If you're interested in joining the Zoning Preservation and Development Committee, there are open slots, although they're also in demand because at our last recruitment call, we did score you 2 new members. That's fantastic. Hats off. We can move on unless any questions, anything. All right. Into executive council member and agency announcements. I do not see a representative from the office of the Ward 1 council member online right now. I have scrambled and texted everybody furiously, so we'll move right ahead and go to Mokers and the office of the mayor. If you'd like to step up. You want to be on camera.
Do you want to be
so you got to be on this side.
I have a very short announcement. My announcement is basically I'm always here to take questions, concerns from everyone here from the mayor's office. And I do follow up with all the concerns and issues. The next follow-up that I did want to state is that we now currently have a new member that joined the team, which is our faith liaison. She wasn't able to join us today because she's attending another meeting with Ward 3, but she's the liaison for wards 1 through 4. So she does have a load on her. I wanted to announce that as well. I will be connecting.
She's a faith liaison, or is that her name? Faith.
No, her name.
Sorry.
Her name is Charity, and she's the faith liaison.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So she will be connecting with a lot of the churches in the community, and yes. Thank you.
In the chat, is Anthony still a Ward 1 moker? I assume so, right?
Sorry. Anthony is still the moker as well as myself. He has been out because he had an injury and had surgery. So he actually has been out for a few weeks. So it's just myself in the ward.
Is he okay?
He's okay. He's
Okay.
resting. He's recovering. So he will be back by the end of next month.
Go ahead. Sorry, thank you. Quick question. As far as leaf cleanup and everything, that's starting soon. Could you give us a quick little update on leaf collection? Because I keep seeing it on DPW coming through my emails. So it'd be great if you got an update on that.
So the update that the same update you guys received is probably the same one that they had with us last week. We did meet with them and they wanted to just informed us to just spread the word that leaf collection will be starting in November. I know that we've kind of flagged different areas in the ward, throughout the ward, where we've seen that they're already falling and we need that to start. But they're starting in November because everyone's transitioning. So you see DPW has been having a few delays with the trash and the collection. So now the team is transitioning into the leaf. So yes. But they did say that you are able to put in your 311s for your leaf, for your bags already, they're sitting in front of wherever you have them. Please have them in the front. Don't have them in the back, have them in the front, place them in the front. So, and also please do not place any dirt, twigs, or things like that within the bags, because then that does delay the process even more for them to collect it. They are very, very adamant about please put the leaves in the front of your bag. So it can be collected.
Yeah, there's an email that came out, you probably saw it, but it references you to a recording of the WebEx that they hosted on Monday that goes through all the details. And I will reiterate that the bagged leaves is the way to go there. They don't seem to be picking up leaves that are deposited free form in the tree boxes anymore.
Paper bags, please.
Anything further? All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Stephanie, as always. Next up, we have Andrew Rivers to speak about Howard University homecoming update. The passage of time befuddles me. I can't believe we're doing this already. Mr. Rivers, I believe you're promoted. We can hear you loud and clear, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to spend a lot of your time, but just wanted to actually, first of all, thank you very much for being able to present about our homecoming. I'm going to share my screen and just take you through a couple of graphics, if you don't mind. And hopefully we can show, and it can share. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I have up the schedule for our upcoming homecoming events. I'm speaking really for Friday and Saturday, October the 24th and 25th. These are events that are open to the community and everyone can join in and celebrate with us. This is our 101st homecoming here at Howard University, really respecting and appreciating the value of our faculty, staff, students, alumni, donors, and friends of the university, as well as our community partners as well. On Saturday, our first day, is our concert. It'll feature several up-and-coming artists as well as what we call an A artist performing beginning at noon through 7 p.m. It also will include our street fair, which is actually going to be on 6th Street between Howard Place and Fairmont. That is where we'll have several vendors, both food and non-food vendors, that will be providing, as they say, many foods that are catering to various palates. But then also our non-food vendors will be selling items that will be very of interest to all parties. We are having our annual parade, which is actually going to be held on Saturday, the actual 24th. Saturday the 25th. It will begin in front of the administration building on 6th Street and proceed through the community. Our route will be, and I'll show you a couple of graphics that you'll get a chance to see. We begin on 6th, we take a left on Fairmont, we go all the way down to Georgia, and also then make a left on W Street, and then on 4th Street, and then we're going to end on the other side of our campus, which is at Howard Place and 4th. We begin our lineup at 7:30 with the intent of the parade starting at 10. And then we'll go into our start time, which will be, our end time, which will be noon. A couple of other events to be cognizant of on Saturday is we have the WHUT Family Fest. Now, this is actually designed for those families with smaller kids who would love to come and have their own little yard fest on our campus. It's going to be in the lower level of our yard. It's called the Lower Valley area. And that is where families can actually bring their children and really enjoy an opportunity to be on the yard, both for the Yard Fest and the Fam Fest as well. The second day, which is actually the 25th, that is the Yard Fest for what we call Reunion Day. And that is when most of our alums will return to campus and really celebrate and have a wonderful time returning home to where their beginnings and also where their endings, but then also where they meet many friends. So we have activities scheduled for that day, again, starting at noon and going until 7 p.m. We will have what we call the old school concert on the 25th, which is from noon to 3. And then we go into the actual football game, which is going to be a late game in the afternoon from 3:30 to 6:30. Let me take the opportunity to share a couple of maps to really show you exactly how our campus is going to be facilitated during that time. This map here is really showing our football in terms of the football stadium. In addition to the game, we usually have a food marketing area between Girard and 6th Street. And this is actually just food trucks designed for providing opportunities for those who are attending the game. So we want to make sure once you enter for the football game, gates open at 1:30, there is no ins and outs. However, because we will be celebrating our homecoming with a street fest between Fairmont and Howard Place, the long black line indicates where we will have close to all food trucks. And then we'll have roughly 26 non-food vendors that will be providing wares as well as food that will cater to all as well. And this is all open to the public. The game does have a fee. However, if the game is sold out, we will have a large performing stage here in this location where the game will actually be broadcast to the public who are on the yard at that time. Lastly, I just want to show quickly red markings which indicate our parade route. As I indicated, it will start in front of our administration building on 6th Street and then proceed through and around our campus. And so we will have, of course, an opportunity for those who want to partake in view should look to being on the actual streets anywhere in the red vicinity, as all of the parade participants will pass through between 10 a.m. and noon. One of the things I do want to highlight where you see the yellow and the green, that is where we're going to be doing the lineup of all of the elements, which will be between Fairmont and W Street. And so we're looking forward to another festive opportunity that will be engaging both to all parties and anyone who's interested in attending, and recognizing that this is an actual weekend that is available to any age. And so we hope that you will be able to join us, share in, and participate in our upcoming homecoming, beginning on Friday, the 24th through Saturday, the 26th. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. A question from Commissioner Kensick.
Mr. Rivers, we have to stop meeting like this. How are you?
No, this it's nothing wrong. You know what? There's nothing wrong with our paths crossing again. Thank
Of course.
you.
It's nice to see you. I'm excited again, as always. The last 3 years has been great. I see that it looks like the parade route is longer than last year, which is a good thing from my understanding. And the only other really question I had is, are they still planning on closing the lot next to McDonald's as they did last year, or are they going to open it this year as they did 2 years ago?
No, the actual lot is going to be closed. Remember, we used to have our tailgate party, and so that is no longer existing. So we will have, that lot will be used as satellite parking for several of our vendors, but there will be no exchange of any kind of entertainment in that lot, not even any kind of food truck stopping to actually sell goods in there.
Thank you, sir. Love the glasses.
Quick question for you. You are well aware that everyone gets very interested in the street closures, and I just checked on
Yes.
the event listing on the homecoming website, and there isn't a map. I'm assuming maybe we'll put that map up online.
Yeah,
Or?
you want to put it up now or?
No, I mean it will be posted on the homecoming website.
Matter of fact, it will be. We are in the process of finalizing all of what we consider our layout specifically for the yard. And then also working with our HUPD in regarding to our FAQs and final maps. And they will be very visible and prominent on our website so we can begin preparing our citizens as well as our community accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Rivers. Nice to see you again. It's Commissioner
Yes.
Seymour. Nice to see you. My same question I kind of do every year. First, I want to commend you from last year and the year prior. I think you guys did a great job, but anything as far as public safety is concerned, like what is Howard's police force looking to do in patrolling the areas or anything like that? Specifically, my SMD houses the facilities garage. So I know that there was a couple of little things that happened last year, but nothing of note. But just wanted to see what your plan was as far as security in the surrounding areas and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for the compliment in the last 2 years. It is our focus to, again, continue that type of patrol with some increased members or security measures in that regard. As you know, we are in a very unique situation in our district. And so we recognize how important it is, one, to provide a safe environment. Number two, we want to provide everyone to enjoy it. But then also we want to make sure we're not infringing on the rights of individuals who are within our campus community, but also our local community. Our HUPD has begun developing a much stronger plan, recognizing that we always have a collaborative approach with our MPD, as well as our Homeland Security. And so we recognize that there are certain factors that will influence some of our street closures. But I think the key is really making sure that those street closures do not interfere with our community in terms of their day-to-day operations. From a security standpoint, yes, that is very much a concern of our community, one of the things that we're doing is we're producing a FAQ, not specifically for just the events, but also taking into account some of the security measures and what people need to be cognizant of when they are coming to DC, as well as participating in our community. We also teaming up with MPD, looking at what important factors that we need to notify our guests and our attendees, and not just necessarily placing them on the website, but finding other ways that we can socialize that on social media, as well as advisories. But the key is making sure we got the right personnel across campus that is going to facilitate and be important in reporting of any kind of situations as well. One of the things we will ask of the community, if you see something, say something. What I mean by that is that we're going to be placing a communication on our website with the numbers that if you see some type of distraction that is causing or could cause an issue, please report it to our HUPD, and then we can immediately dispatch someone or a team to look into it and then try to what we consider limit the actual exposure or the cause of that situation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further? Questions in the room? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rivers. Appreciate your time. Good luck.
And what we will do is Ms. Edmondson, who is our kind of community liaison with our association, she will be able to forward the actual presentation, both the PDF, which you had the events, but also a copy of the map so you can begin sharing with your community in that regard. Continue to look at our website, as we indicated, because we are updating that on a daily basis and provide you as a courtesy, almost additional information as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Look forward to that information. While you were speaking, I just created the event on our community calendar for the homecoming parade. So we'll be
awesome.
Happy to post the PowerPoint and the map and everything as well.
Appreciate you. Again, thank you very much, and come out and join us.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Any commissioner announcements on the floor today?
I just want to give a quick little shout out to the 12th place community block party. It just happened this past weekend. It was a great success. So everyone who did that, it's a great model to follow. Please hit me up if you do want to do any sort of block parties in your neighborhood, because they have it down to a T or a 12. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Thank you very much. Quick announcement from me and Steve Coleman of Washington Parks and People. There are 2 Meridian Hill Malcolm X Park cleanup days on the calendar this month. Wednesday the 15th, a special weekday edition, and the usual third Saturday, which is October 18th. That was all very exciting, and then the federal government shut down. So if the government remains shut down, there will be no park cleanup days, neither of them. In an odd twist of irony, we are not even allowed to go volunteer and clean up the park, which normally requires 0 federal resources. We're just not allowed to do it. So please, extra caution to please don't litter in the park this month because we will not be there to pick it up. We are not officially urging anyone to just go and anyway, it is what it is. Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, community announcements. I do know that we have one online. Total Osman, I believe you already promoted. Yes, you are, to speaker, is joining us today. There she is. Hello. She's often in this very building, in fact, where she works with the Mentoring and Tutoring Initiative, about which she is here to speak to us today.
Yes, hi. Thank you all so much for having me, and I wish that I knew that this was also being held in person. I was actually on my way to the office and decided to work remotely instead, so coincidence there. But thank you all so much for having me here today, and Miguel again for just continuously getting us involved with the community. I wanted to be present today and share with you all some of our local volunteer opportunities. And just to introduce myself, my name is Tull. I'm Outreach Director at DC Tutoring and Mentoring Initiative, which is a local nonprofit that supports tutoring and mentoring programs all over the DC metro area by helping them find volunteers from the community. So community members will reach out to us looking for volunteer opportunities, and we'll help them find options that work for them skill-wise, location-wise, time-wise, etc. And so over the past year, we've signed up over 6,000 DC community members to volunteer. Not all of them become volunteers, but those are community members that we've directly engaged with to hopefully mobilize to get involved. And so what I'm excited to share with you all about today are a couple of things, one of which is our upcoming Shaw Library info session that we are having at Shaw Library this Saturday at 11 a.m. I'm going to drop the link to the Eventbrite here in the chat where you can sign up for a free ticket, but we will be sharing different programs, different volunteer opportunities to mentor or tutor youth in the area. I know that we started off this meeting speaking about youth support and specifically crime rates, etc. And one of DCTMI's biggest missions is bringing community together and specifically supporting youth through after-school programming that hopefully helps create a sense of community, not just for these youth who need extra support, but also in ways that support, social feelings of either safety or decreased crime, etc. So I wanted to bring this up too, and I'll drop the link here in the chat. We'd love to see you all there. I also wanted to share some local volunteer opportunities that are in the area that everyone could get involved with. And we do have a PDF that I will also drop in the chat for everybody, but some of which include mentoring opportunities with young immigrant youth who have recently moved to the DC metro area and specifically into the Columbia Heights area as well as surrounding areas who are looking for mentors to support them through navigating, just having moved to the city, learning the language, navigating the school system, etc. They're looking for a lot of volunteers who speak different languages, specifically Spanish, but also French, Dari, Pashto, Haitian Creole, Ukrainian, Amharic, Tigrinya, and Arabic. So that is one local program. Mentoring Czech is also a program that supports youth at the Columbia Heights Educational Campus, which similarly also includes mentoring youth who could use support just assimilating, but also preparing for college and careers. There are other programs such as North Star, which focus more so on tutoring, Volo Kids that looks for sports volunteers, and Washington Urban Debate League, which looks for volunteers who are excited about debate, writing, speaking skills, and are looking for people to support them throughout the daytime. So all of these programs either occur during the daytime, during after-school hours, evenings, some of which also occur on weekends. There are lots of opportunities in the city, but just wanted to share these all with you. And with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions or hand the floor back to
Thank you very much. The link is in the chat. That's for a sort of info session, I assume, Told, that covers all of the programs you mentioned above. It's at the Shaw Library this Saturday, 11 to 12. Anyone in the room, if you want that link, I can pass it along to you afterward. And I assume people can always drop by to the initiatives office here in this building and get information anytime. Cool. Questions from anyone? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you for presenting. Appreciate your presence.
Thank you so much.
Any other community announcements? Why? No. Onto administrative. Any executive officers' reports? I believe we are not anticipating any. No. 3, 2, 1. And we shall move into new business. That was pretty speedy. Thank you, everyone. Now comes the hard part. Oh, all right. First up, Commissioner Holden, if you wanted to take it away, we're considering the letter of support for the African American Civil War Museum's brand new George Washington Williams Historic Heritage Trail. If you want to speak a little bit about it. In the meantime, Dr. Smith, if you'd like to come up and stand over here by Commissioner Holden and hold a microphone. It's going to be uncomfortable. Is that a? Yeah. Is it for extra credit? Steve, I think there's a tripod upstairs, right? Could you, the easel? Yeah, right. Thank you.
So while we're getting the easel set up, at the Transportation Committee last month, So it's the Transportation, Parks, and Public Space Committee. And so this is considered like a public space application. It's going through the DDOT public space permit process. And the museum is applying for a public space like seasonal banner permit to put banners that would create a trail from the museum to Howard University called the George Washington Williams Historic Heritage Trail, kind of linking the museum and the campus. And the notion is that these would have QR codes and people could follow along and scan them and learn more about the history of George Washington Williams and the neighborhood and civil rights, kind of linking the Civil War and post-Civil War era to the more contemporary era. So at the committee meeting, the committee voted to support this unanimously. We think it's a fun and engaging idea that will help celebrate history and kind of promote the mission of the museum. So yeah, that was our perspective on it, but would love to hear from the mastermind himself.
Well, first of all, let me thank the ANC for, wait, I'm sorry. I can hold it. Okay. I'm not as handicapped as I appear to be. But I want to thank the ANC for actually not only helping us with this part of the project, but many, many other things, because we operate in most of the ANC 1B around the Metro stop. It's named for the African American Civil War Museum, but the impact of the memorial and museum is nationwide. Actually, you all know this already. We have 209,000 names of soldiers who fought in the Civil War, and we're going to read all 209,000 of them, by the way, for Veterans Day this year. So ask yourself, what are you going to do for Veterans Day? And if you don't have a good answer, come over and help us read these names. And so that way I won't have to stand up there for 26 hours like because I promise you I won't make it. But the more people we have, the easier it's done. Some of you all have helped us do this before. It's actually fun. And then we're going to set a screen up like what you have here. And then we've been reading all over the country and all over the world. We have people reading in Europe and in Africa and other places. So come out and join us. Now let's get back to the George Washington Williams Heritage Trail. George Washington Williams was a special person. He was actually trying to build this African American Civil War memorial back in 1870. He got a bill passed the U.S., got a bill introduced to the Congress. He wanted to put it at across the street at the Banneker Field. And he said, in his own words, which I'm quoting, he said he wanted to put it across the street from Howard. So young people who, when they went to Howard, and he referred to it as the Harvard of the Negro race. And every time I say, I'm a Morehouse man, so every time I say that, my homeboys started throwing bricks at me. So, but I'm quoting him, you all. His words in 1870. He said young people who were gathered there would be able to look across the street to see a monument to the soldiers who made it possible for them to get an education. Because you all know before the Civil War, African Americans were not allowed. Many of these states had actually barred you from teaching literacy in the Black community in the country. So he was prophetic. I did not know this before I started working on this, you all. I was way down the road with it before I ever heard about it. And I went out and got his book, and it was really just a revealing thing for me. But anyway, so we don't get across the street from Howard. We're down the street by about 6 blocks. So how do you merge the gap between these two ideas? One of them is to say, well, maybe they can walk off the campus for a few blocks and still see what George Washington Williams wanted to see. He has a letter that's on file at Howard University and in the Moreland Spring Garden Library that he wrote to General O.O. Howard, who was president of Howard at that time. So I'm getting a little bit long-winded about this, but I do get excited about it. And so this concept sort of joins us with what the ANC has talked about doing already, which is to sort of focus around U Street as the there you go. Focus around U Street as the sort of focal, the cultural and business and educational community of this ANC 1B, and so we sort of fit into that too. So I wanted to come tonight to talk about that. Now, this right here has something to do with it. When at the end of my conversation with Miguel, he said, Frank, if you want the ANC to do something, you need to bring us a budget and give us some idea of what you want to do, what you want us to do to help you with this project. So I brought something with me, which Miguel has seen already. Many of you might have seen it already also. And where's Steve's house? Steve and I have known each other for over 50 years, y'all. We were much younger and better looking when we met years ago. We still look pretty good, but we're not young anymore. But this is a concept which somebody in our committee came up with, which is that we needed a piece of art to show exactly what this whole idea of these soldiers and this monument was all about. So we went outside and found an artist, and she did a piece that's going to hang in the museum. It's about this big. The original will hang in the museum forever. And then we made some signed number copies of it, and we sold a bunch of them already. But I said, wouldn't it be a great idea if ANC 1B, we know you have a lot of money because I heard, I do my homework. and one of the meetings you all was spending $8,000 to put Shakespeare in the Park. I was gonna, before you canceled it, I would have been there.
Well under budget.
We'll come in well on the budget too. but so here's what I'm thinking. So ANC 1B would actually join with us and others to create a program to recognize neighborhood businesses and civic associations and individuals and others who did great civic work. And that at an annual event every year, you would award one of these to each one of those persons. And you know, art lives forever. And I want to really acknowledge Steve, you have a great job here in this. This is actually very, looking at all this art is amazing. I recognize that guy right there. He's in my neighborhood. One with the hoodie on with the sunglasses. With Steve and I do him. Anyway, so I wanted to bring that idea to you all. We have about 100 of these left. Every day somebody buys one of them. But I figured, and I don't even know if we'll have any of them next year, but suppose we had some of them. Every year you could award one or two, and they would hang someplace. And we would frame them ourselves because we know if you don't frame them, they'll get stuck in the closet and they'll never get put up. So you got to give them to the frame. I know about this already. I got one laying on my table now. It's been ever it seems. But so I thought about that, and we worked together on this, and you all would pick the people and pick the places and things like that. So it's just an idea that I've come up with, which I think ANC would, I'm thinking about my own days as a AFC commissioner. Some of the things that you do last forever. And this young lady from Seton Street over there, that's one of those streets I saved back during the days of my tenure as an advisor in the neighborhood commission too, by the way. I wasn't even on the city council then. It was people, the developer had sent notices to 26 families on that street to put them all out at one time. And we found that ANC started this. And also we saved that corner there that's now going to be turned into low income housing in that neighborhood. So you can do stuff that makes a difference. You have to think about it and then dream about it first, and then you have to implement it. Because if you don't, the ideas don't mean anything except they become nightmares after a while. So I wanted to share that with you as an idea that's what you might do. And we can put together a little budget for you if you want. Do some of them this year, it's the next year. And so here's what we can do this year. Somebody mentioned earlier that now people were talking about the museum opening being 2 days, November 10th and November 11th, which is Veterans Day. We're going to do the 10th because the mayor wants to do something while the city is still open. The city will be, the government will be shut for Veterans Day, a national holiday. So we're going to do the sort of soft opening on the first day. And at that opening, this is where we will do the presentation that y'all was ready by then. And we do the first presentations there for people in the community and business and things like that. And then next year we try to do it as every year from that point on. So just one of the ideas, crazy ideas I've got. And if somebody gets crazy enough to help me, we'll make it happen.
Can I interrupt your thought for 1
Sure.
second and just ask our chair, can we take Frank's idea and refer it to a committee? Maybe not now, but refer it to a committee so we can talk more about it. Okay.
Thank you.
Community engagement. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's my presentation for this evening. I just want to introduce Nicole Sims, who's working with me on this. She's a resident of ANC 1B, and one of the young people who's helping me out with this, so she can make it happen.
Was there anything else about the trail that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I sent some images over to Miguel earlier today, because I understood that the one of the questions that the committee raised was they want to see some idea of what these these images might look like. So we sent it over to him. Maybe we could put them on the screen, just flash through them right quick, and I'll step out of the way here. Wherever I need to be, I'll step out of the way. And then you'll be able. So why don't we just flash through them right quick, and I can as they come up, if I ever see one of them.
And these will be the images that would be in the QR code content,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, that's right.
Yep.
The application that we filed with TOP identifies 10 light poles that is permissible for us to place. They're not all permissible. Some of them have traffic signals on them and things like that. But they've already approved these as being permissible to have these signs. They will start at the museum and go along the trail to Howard University, and then come back from going to Howard would be the civil war part of it, the civil rights, and I say it that way because you all know that Howard University actually Thurgood Marshall turned Howard Houston turned Howard University Law School into a law firm to litigate versus the Board of Education, which is probably a revolutionary decision on the part of the courts at the time, which is fine. And then on the campus, there was a group called NAG, which is similar to the group I led in Atlanta while I was a student at Morehouse College, so we'll have one of the campus would be for that. And then the rest of them will come back to the African American War Museum on the other side. And we're working with a bunch of Howard students here that were involved in the city movements in the 1960s, starting at Howard, and then we all went south together to Mississippi, but we stayed probably far too long for some of us, but we managed to get out of there alive. Most of us did anyway. So we want to bring this to the streets so people can see it, and also solidify the relationship between Howard University and this community. U Street became Broadway primarily because of Howard University. People would come there, as George Washington Williams said, they would come there from the South mostly to Howard, and they would stay because, when I was at Morehouse in Atlanta, you couldn't go to a medical school in Atlanta. There were no medical schools. There were no law schools there, and still aren't in the Atlanta University complex, although there are 5 colleges there. So people come there and go to Howard, go to law school and pass the law and bar and everything, and they couldn't go back, so they went around U Street in the areas around U Street. So it's really a remarkable story, and you're part of that. You are now the custodians of that story and that great tradition here. And I think that if we work together on this, we can keep it going.
Thank you very much. We've just seen the images. They're great. I'm excited to see how they come into banner form. As you know, we're talking about our own banner program for U Street. They're going to be complimentary. We're not going to be competing for the same lampposts or anything. So very happy to have yours. Excited to have people walking up and down. Hopefully we can bring in the tour guides and do, in period costume and, really get some use out of the trail.
Yeah, and we're working with professors at Howard we're going to have at CW University and at Howard University, we're going to have paid internship programs for students, so we can keep this all going. And we hope this trail will become a part of freshman orientation for all Howard University students in the future.
Thank you very much. Nope.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so she's telling me.
Oh,
yeah. Now, 2 things. One, we had a letter which we'll send. I think we already sent it to you, suggesting our relationship that we would do on this. And then, at Howard University on the 16th, we'll have a program there at the Moreland Street Art Library, bringing all our team together that's working on this. One of the professors there taught this in a class that and some of her students are not representing, but it's some of the wording that's gonna, some of the voices that are going to go on the QR code that we're putting at these various sites. So
Nice.
it's really a great idea to get together. People like her are making it happen.
Nicole, if you can send me the details of the event on the 11th, we'll put it in our newsletter. Happy to post it on our website.
All right.
The letter of support, do you want to move it?
Yeah, so I would like to move that the ANC adopt and send the letter of support for the George Washington Williams Historic Heritage Trail as written in the agenda packet, and send this to DDOT in support of the public space application.
Second. Any debate or questions? All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The letter is adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you,
I would
Nicole.
just say, Mr. Chairman, after all those years on the ANC and the city council, every time you call a question, I think I'm for the vote, so.
I saw you stand to attention like all for the yeas and nays. I appreciate that.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. May I say, if anyone out there is not subscribed to the museum's newsletter, do sign up. There's so much going on. The new museum will be reopening next month. They had a wonderful unveiling event for the artwork that Dr. Smith showed. The new Lincoln statue outside the museum was unveiled a couple weeks ago. Really beautiful event, beautiful sculpture. They're doing a lot of work over there, so plug in and come help us celebrate their rebirth. All right, next up we have the letter of support for Howard University's request to extract parcels from the campus plan. Is that Mr. Brandt taking the reins? Please do.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I think we have some folks from Howard who are online, and I do think it would be helpful to hear from them if they're able. I think at least Teresa Edmondson has joined us. There might be others, and if there are others who are there, I would ask that you raise your hand so that our wonderful folks know to promote you. But basically, the sort of very short explanation of this, because the actual thing that the zoning commission is considering is a very technical gobbledygook that's in some ways not worth going into. But basically, Howard is asking the zoning commission for permission to change what parcel they're building their hospital on. And in order to do that, they need to file an amendment to change the campus plan that was approved in order to do that. It doesn't actually change all that much about, aside from the actual block that the hospital will be built on. And in fact, my understanding, at least from the Howard folks, is that one of the things that the zoning, that the application is trying to accomplish is to preserve one of the parcels or two of the parcels that the hospital was going to be built on. It's extracting those from the campus plan so that they can be redeveloped under the zoning change that was implemented earlier this year. So without doing this, they would still be required by the campus plan to be hospital use. And Howard no longer wants to build the hospital on those parcels. And so they want to be able to redevelop these parcels according to the underlying zoning. So that's really what the letter is about. My understanding is that the hospital will now be fronting on Georgia, but a lot of the other elements of the hospital hasn't changed. And I do think it's also worth noting that they've done a pretty significant, like they did previously, a pretty significant engagement process and have worked very closely with LeDroit Park to get this new change on board with the community. And I know that there was recently, or is going to be soon, a meeting with LeDroit Park Civil Association. Okay. About the community engagement, the subsequent community engagement component for the redevelopment. And I'm sure Commissioner Pay, you could speak to that if that's necessary, but that's the short of it. And if Teresa, if you're on and you would like to provide any additional information, please definitely do so.
Hi, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. This is Teresa. That was a mouthful. Actually, I have our counsel. We have our counsel for the hospital extraction on, and she has her hand up, and I'm going to let Cynthia talk about the hospital extraction. Cynthia Giordano.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can.
Okay. Sorry. I had raised my hand actually initially because I I wasn't waiting for you to get to the extraction part, but I think you summarized it very well. I would just add that we have a hearing before the zoning commission on October 20th, and we'd very much like to get a letter of support in the record before then.
The only other thing I'll add is that the committee supported this unanimously. So, and honestly, there were very few questions from committee members about this, so.
If it's okay, I'm going to comment very quickly. And one of the reasons you didn't get a lot of comments from the community is because they all showed up to the Ladroit Park Civic Association.
Yeah. You're taking our participation.
Where there's a lot of engagement, but again, I want to credit Howard for how engaging and engaged they have been in sharing information with the community. Teresa and Cynthia, one of the things that I'm actually appreciating in listening to Christian's narrative is that we probably would benefit at some point from a Howard update on the Howard plans because a lot has changed. And so I know Ladroit Park is very much up to date, but I don't think ANC 1B is probably as up to date. So a presentation on that topic at some point would be good. Ladroit did meet with Howard. We amended the development agreement that we had negotiated with them last year to include additional language around continued engagement in the spirit of that parcel of land having stayed inside the campus plan. Being in the campus plan put certain requirements on the university for engagement and outreach. And so we've been able to maintain those. The Ladroit Park Civic Association on Tuesday at a special meeting unanimously approved a letter of support for this extraction. I will be voting in support of this and along with the committee, encourage the commissioners to support as well.
Hi, Matt, were you speaking of an update on the Georgia Avenue parcels or an update just on the hospital?
Hospital, actually, when you think about kind of the different iterations, I think having a presentation on kind of placement of the hospital would be really helpful and informative.
Sure, you bet. I could have sworn we haven't done that. We didn't come to 1B yet.
Not to the full commission, no.
Not to the full, correct. We haven't been to the full. We can do that for sure.
Hey, I have a quick question. I'm a visual person, so do we have like a map or anything that's readily available just so we can kind of quick see, and so everyone else can kind of quick see the quick changes?
Oh, that would have been Derek. I do not have. I'm not.
You want a map of the parcels, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Look your
sorry.
Just like do a Google Maps. And I'll show. I mean, there's probably something fancier. And just zoom in on
This is you. Do you have the?
So I don't have the presentation that we had at the last commission meeting, or at the last committee meeting, excuse me. But just for clarity, the parcels are, there's two, and that's somewhat of a technicality in the sense that they are they're all like a big square. Yeah, so it's, here, I'm just gonna walk over and tell you which one it is. So it's, if you can zoom out a little bit, it's this parcel. And then there's like a little square one here.
Actually, the parcels are divided right down the middle.
Are they?
Yeah.
Right. It's basically
I take it
V
back.
Street extended to the north to the U Street alley to the south, Fifth Street to the east, and Georgia Avenue to the west.
Yeah.
And then the V Street, sorry, we'll look at it. My house is like right there. So this doesn't look like it's two different parcels. This continues to the University North. This gets extracted for the hospital and for the redevelopment.
The parcel viewer does not make it look like that's what their shape is. But yes, those are the two parcels that are, so it is currently the hospital site. My understanding is just that they're moving the new hospital closer to Georgia Ave. And so then the other parcels will be, need to be extracted in order to be able to redevelop them and not have it be required to be a hospital use.
That is exactly correct. The new hospital will be built in front of where the hospital is now. There will be a brand new hospital.
So that beautiful lawn's going to be gone?
It's going to be gone.
Beautiful lawn's going to be gone?
It is going to be gone. Yep.
Oh, all right. No pity when you said that.
Miss Teresa, it's Alan. How are you?
Hi, Alan. It's good to see you. I'm
Nice
well,
to see
thank
you.
you.
Nice to see you as well. What are they planning on doing with the parking behind the hospital?
We are considering townhomes. We're talking to the LaJoy Park Civic Association to put a buffer between the new hospital. The old hospital is going to stay there until it's torn down. And so that land will be developed eventually, mixed use, but the land all the way to the back towards Fifth Street where the Amcare building is and the parking lot. Derek, we've been talking about putting some townhomes there as a buffer.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, are we good? Do I hear a motion?
I move to support.
Second.
Thank you very much. Debate, questions, comments? All right, all those in favor?
What is the specific motion?
The motion is to support the.
Oh, sorry.
It's a letter, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't put it on the screen.
So it would be, I move to support, Howard University's request to extract, where's the parcels? To extract square 3075 lot 0807 and square 3074 lot 001 from their campus master plan.
All right, so moved and seconded. All those in favor of adopting the letter of support, please raise your hands. And commissioners on Zoom, please raise your Zoom hands. That's 9. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Oh my God.
Commissioners, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for making some time to come and
Of
answer
course.
questions tonight.
Bye-bye.
Next up. Oh, boy. So we're about to head into, I hope there's still pizza and spindrifts left. Stock up, please. We're about to head into a series of ABCA license applications. There are many of them, as Commissioner Hanrahan hinted, there are many more to come that the committee is going to be handling. The committee didn't have, let's say, functionally did not have quorum last month. So they met and discussed these licenses, these applications, but didn't have the ability to formally recommend to this commission how to dispose of all the applications. So the commission will be looking at all of the applications that the committee had on its agenda. This is why it's important to recruit members to committees. So if you know people who could help us with this, it'd be wonderful. Thank you very much. So we're going to be going through them. We've talked a bunch about streamlining this. I really hope it doesn't take terribly long. An important part of streamlining, however, and standardizing our approach will be a resolution that's coming up on the late hours that many establishments along the U Street corridor have been requesting. And this is a pretty new phenomenon. We had a little bumper crop of them in the past month or so. These are mostly or exclusively taverns that are asking for operating hours after 2 or 3 a.m., most of them going until 6 a.m. I know there's been plenty of discussion in our previous monthly meeting and committee meetings and in the corridors, so to speak, about the ability of U Street to handle essentially all-night operations by the liquor serving establishments. I'll speak for myself, but we've considered this a ton. Commissioner Fay, Commissioner Hanrahan, thank you so much for so many hours put into this conversation, and Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Barrio, of course, our most affected commissioners. There's a sense, and among this commission and among our partners at MPD, at DDOT, at ABCA itself, that the system as it is right now is not adequately designed and resourced to handle all-night operations, right? That affects DDOT, that affects DPW, safety on the streets, right? An MPD question. So we have been sort of working to encapsulate that sense of this commission in writing. Commissioner Fay has done a wonderful job very quickly of putting together a document that expresses that and sort of helps us set a clear and uniform standard for considering these applications for late operations. There was an emerging sense that without a clear, candid standard that all operators on U Street are aware of, we run the risk of making arbitrary decisions about can one bar stay open until 6 a.m. and another one not, and what's the what makes the distinction. So I want to put this up on the screen. That's something I have to do. I will do that. While I work on that, I want to note that normally we would like this resolution to come out of the ABCR committee and have had time to debate the stipulations of it with the committee thoroughly. These applications for late operations, all night operations came up pretty quickly. And importantly, we are going to adjudicate a couple of requests for late operations tonight in the raft of license applications that we're considering on the agenda. So we didn't want to move forward with tonight's applications without at least talking about some written encapsulation of the sense of the commission. So this is sort of hot off the presses. I'm going to give commissioners a minute to read through the language. Commissioner Fay, I'll give the floor to you if you want to talk a little bit about what informed the specifics of it, and then really happy to have an earnest and open conversation about whether we're comfortable with these conditions. Again, if we think the resolution needs a lot more work or more input, happy to send it to committee. I think that's a fine thing, a fine outcome for today. But I do want us to take some time on the substantive question of, do we all share the sense that the system can't handle overnight operations? We're not set up for it yet. And if that's our understanding, does it make sense to stipulate, as is written in here, that generally, we have a common sense of what the acceptable cutoff times for service for entertainment are along U Street? Commissioner Fay.
Is there somewhere I should look for the resolution text?
Yes, I'm going to put it up on the screen.
I can email it to you also, Aaron.
And
yeah, thanks.
And disable. Sorry, guys. Let me just start with a quick background, and then Aaron and Sable, I'll send it over to you. Okay, great. So one of the questions you might ask is, why the heck is Commissioner Fay proposing language about ABCA establishments? And it turns out that I have the most flexible calendar at 10 a.m. on Mondays. When roll call hearings often happen. And so as a result, I have been involved in a number of ABCA applications, substantial changes, renewals, and new licenses that have been requesting 6 a.m. or operating hours until 6 a.m. It's led to a number of conversations. And for the people who are joining in the community, and maybe as a reminder to the commissioners, this is a topic that we talked about in our August Committee of the Whole. It's a topic that we talked about in our September Committee of the Whole. It is a topic that many members of the ABCR committee have been talking about as well. And so the thought was, we do at some point need to kind of commit ourselves to some kind of standard. Part of what drove this home is one of our recent hearings in which an establishment that is seeking 6 a.m. hours said, gosh, this is not fair, right? You guys didn't protest this other place that I'm competing against, and yet you're protesting me for having 6 a.m. hours. And we said, got to be honest, we really don't think we can handle 6 a.m. operating hours anywhere, right? We'll be very equitable in this. We have engaged with MPD on this. MPD has said, we're struggling, especially in a no overtime situation, to be able to staff all night and to deal with patrons who are coming in and out of establishments until 6 a.m. We do have a number of different establishments on the corridor where investigators from ABCA have identified that after-hour liquor sales are happening, where after-hours operations are occurring. That is not universally true, but there have been enough instances that you can appreciate why MPD is concerned. And then finally, this is a very densely populated residential community with a lot of alcohol licenses. It does, in fact, create a really vibrant and robust environment for people to live and to play. But also, there needs to be some degree of standard and equity so that folks feel like they can actually go to bed and get a good night's sleep on a Friday or Saturday night. And we want to make sure that these bars and establishments are successful and competing on a level playing field. And so to Chair's point, I'm perfectly happy for this to go post a discussion tonight to the ABCUR committee for formal review and for a decision and presentation back. I will confess that we did do our homework. ABCUR should still do all of their review, but this has gone to our commission attorney that supports us in protests to ensure that the language is appropriate. It has gone to our ONC attorney to ensure that this is not an overreach or overstep of our authority as a commission. It's been carefully worded. And so I only say that not to say that it's a done deal, but to say that we have done homework to not put an idea in front of folks that would later be deemed to be inappropriate. But with that said, would love to hear kind of concepts and thoughts. If it's okay, I'm going to highlight maybe just the key elements here, which is the first, the second be it resolved, which is essentially saying, read them all.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just pause. Let me pause before we do that and just see if there are any kind of general questions, comments, and background, and then we can talk about the, what are we asking for?
Thank you, Secretary Fay. The 6 o'clock opening is just ridiculous. I think it's crazy. I don't even understand what it could be done at 6 a.m. in the morning. We are understaffed. There is no mayor nightlife. The U Street area is already clogged as it is, and we don't have the infrastructure to handle that. And I don't think it's fair to our constituents in 1B. I think that pretty much everyone would agree with that. Question would be, why does this need to go back to the committee if the language is there, and also we are having council take a look at it to make sure the verbiage and diction line up correctly and are stated and not overreaching our authority. But I do think that this is something that we should be able to move pretty quickly on. Thank you.
Sorry, my only response to thank you for the comments. My only response to the question about returning to the committee is that I don't want to presume that we are of one mind about it yet. And so if the commission says very quickly, gosh, this is something we want to get behind, then we can discuss that. But I do want to show respect to the committee and make sure that they have an opportunity with their expertise and perspective to be able to weigh in.
I'll let the chair of the alcohol committee go before me.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think as chair of the alcohol committee, I feel both kind of torn. I feel like this language is great, and I am saddened that we haven't moved quicker to write something down as well as this. We merely have been very busy. And I think this most likely probably gets at everything that we try to stand for and want our goals to be. That said, I think there are some, maybe, I know we have done a lot of our homework, but there might be a little bit of nuances to maybe explore. There might be some more special use cases to maybe include or not include. There's a lot of folks on the ABCUR committee themselves who have perhaps more experience and knowledge of these operations than we might even have. And I think there are no new businesses who came forward this month for asking for new extended hours. There's just some renewals, and I think as we're finding out, there's actually more renewals that have these kind of weird licenses than we might have initially anticipated. So does that mean we want to protest all of them? I think, does that mean we want to take it more on a case-by-case basis? We already have a lot of work on our plate. I think this is great, but I do think it's also a question of kind of respect. And I think we have some precedents that motions have been introduced to have signs for the African American Museum that were motioned to go back to the TPPS committee. So I want to be respectful of that prior precedents, and I think this is great. I'm always a fan of getting the ball rolling, but I think I want to err on the side of caution, making sure we're not overstepping our bounds and following processes right.
I'll say, I think that's right, but like I said before, I want us to debate it for a few minutes here first, and we've read it all through by now, and I mean, I love that you're writing down questions here, like, I want to, because we're gonna apply these rules going forward this evening already, I think it'd be good to make sure we have a common sense of, what our position is, and then send it to the committee for more study, but I want to make sure we have, some kind of consistency starting today. Yep.
Yeah, I definitely agree that, consistency is important, and thank you to Matt and whoever else may have worked on this. I think it's a strong resolution, and I think it's important to set some clear standards. I am a bit concerned, I will say, about the provision regarding summer gardens. While I definitely understand the limit, yeah.
Do you mind pausing for a second? I am going to be pedantic and insist that Commissioner Fay read the operative clauses out loud, since the draft was not circulated in advance, and the audience doesn't have a copy to follow along. Please go ahead. Hold your comment.
General comment first before I read that.
If we're gonna have a little bit of debate, I think go ahead and read them, and then I have 2 comments.
All right, so the whereas clauses, I think, are very much in line with what I had shared about the background and the rationale for why we wanted to look at a standard across the commission. I'll just read the areas that we're asking for. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the commission understands that it cannot set regulations regarding operating hours, but does have the ability to protest licenses for, among other reasons, violations of peace, order, and quiet in the residential community, and be it resolved that accordingly, the commission believes it is appropriate to set standards by which it will seek to limit late night and overnight noise and disorder associated with business operations in the commission area, and be it resolved that the commission hereby establishes a set of operating hours that it will support so as to ensure that all ABCA licensed establishments are treated fairly, and that all establishments have clear notice of the commission's position on reasonable operating hours. And be it resolved that the commission believes that the following hours are acceptable operating hours for the operation of any business in the commission area. We probably do want to amend that, which is any alcohol business, but it probably is every business. Indoor, there's 6 categories. Indoor operating hours, no later than 2 a.m. on weekday nights, Sunday through Thursday, and no later than 3 a.m. on weekend nights, Friday and Saturday. Second category, indoor service hours, no later than 2 a.m. on weekday nights, Sunday through Thursday, and no later than 3 a.m. on weekend nights. I'm not going to repeat the days anymore. Indoor entertainment hours, third category, no later than 2 a.m. on weekday nights, and no later than 3 a.m. on weekend nights. Fourth category, outdoor, which we've defined as summer gardens, sidewalk cafes, streeteries. The operating hours, no later than 11 p.m. on weekday nights, and no later than midnight on weekend nights. Outdoor, same definition. Service hours, same hours, 11 on weekdays and midnight on weekends. And in kind of consistent with DC noise standards, outdoor entertainment hours no later than 10 p.m. on all nights. Last 3 resolved clauses. Be it resolved that notwithstanding the above, the commission recognizes that on days designated by the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board and extended hours for ABC establishments, licensed businesses may operate and serve alcohol for additional hours, and that the Council of the District of Columbia or the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board may grant licenses in general extended operating hours for special events or holidays. And be it resolved that in attempting to treat all establishments fairly, the commission will not support any new, renewal, or substantial change applications requesting operating hours outside of those stated above. And finally, be it resolved that the commission will work with any business seeking to operate outside of these hours to determine if extenuating circumstances merit a variance that will seek to mitigate any noise or disorder that may result from said operations.
Second.
Well, it hasn't moved.
Well, in order for us to let's move it and second it so we can begin. And go first, and
okay.
Commissioner Harris is next on the queue online.
Wait, can I comment? Because I was going.
You already made your comment.
He's your elder.
No need to be rude. So anyway, I think procedurally, Two things is that I prefer when committee related items go through the committee or originate through the committee. They don't have to originate with the committee, but if they originate with a commissioner, I think it should be directed through the committee if we have a committee to that topic. That's why they're set up. I also procedurally don't like voting on things that aren't in the agenda packet. I think that is a benefit to the neighbors. It's a benefit to the commissioners. So we're prepared to be able to debate and can speak intelligently on what we're offering. Those are the two main reasons why I would like it go back to committee. I also would just like to bring up in a previous discussion when we talked about it as like a theoretical idea, we did mention whether it would be relevant to explicitly carve out or state different license types that we would support this with. The example being like the theaters or other kind of like non-everyday businesses that are always special events, right? Like, should those be treated differently than a bar, restaurant, tavern, nightclub that operates more frequently? I don't know the answer to that, but that is something that we did bring up in the past that could be debated at the committee level.
Couldn't agree more. I'm going to go to Commissioner Harris because she's been waiting a minute, and I think it's a general comment, and then we're going to come to specifics if you don't mind.
We got lots of time.
Oh, God. Uh-oh. He said it. Commissioner Harris, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Fay, for working on this. I agree with Commissioner Holden. I mean, I think ultimately this needs to be pushed back to the committee. We have committee members on the ABCR committee who have been on the committee for probably over a decade that I would appreciate their insights on this. I think, though, inherently, this isn't an overreach because we don't have the power to grant, allow, or set the hours. So I think if we are going to edit it, and I'm happy to submit this to Commissioner Hanrahan, it needs to have language around what we do have power in, which is to bring the community together for settlement agreements. So I think we need to have the language in there that it's, the commission may protest all licenses that have set, XYZ hours outside of this, including all other relevant issues. But we do not have the power to set anything. I think also we need to be very careful about this language because I think what is there now, and this isn't disregarding anyone's work, like I know that y'all worked really hard on this, but I think it does further kind of divide establishments and the ANC and the community. So it very much pits us against them because every time there's a business that is trying to open, is suffering, is about to close, there is inevitably a story in the press about how the ANC is preventing that or contributing to their losses. Even though that's not really the case, that is the perspective that is framed. And having the language in this resolution saying that we will not permit or whatever it is that we're setting these hours or we find acceptable. Like, I think we really want to take a hard look at that language because that is only furthering this perspective that the ANC is the one handing down the licensing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Barrio. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, reiterate, thank you for drafting this. I think it's important for us to say something since we keep getting these 6 a.m. Hours extensions. And, I think that, at least I feel strongly that, we just don't have the resources and we're not at the level of public safety that we need in order to extend nightlife further, given all the challenges we've been facing, we've been discussing here. I will say at the same time, just regarding some of the specific provisions to give some feedback, I am concerned about the limitations on summer gardens to be no later than midnight on weekends. I don't know explicitly what the hours of some establishments are, but I know that they are later than that. And I think that, while it is important to have bounds on the overall hours, I think the 3 a.m. limitation makes a lot of sense. I am hesitant to endorse a midnight restriction on summer gardens in all cases, especially given that that would mean changing existing licenses, which could cause a lot of problems, as well as the fact that we have cases where we have some establishments that are right next to a residence. I mean, 10 feet from their bedroom. And in that case, the summer garden might need to close early, but we have other establishments that are facing the street on a commercial corridor on U Street or on Florida. And, a lot of their business is having a nice place to exist outside and enjoy a drink past midnight sometimes. And so I do think that that we want to we don't want to set too strict a standard on all of these things, that the intention really is to prevent the expansion of current hours to this 3 to 6 a.m. range when we don't see a lot of great things happening in the neighborhood. We see a lot of crime. We see people getting hurt. We have less police on the street, and neighbors are trying to, sleep and, have some peace and quiet as we get into those later hours. And people have to go to work the next day too, or enjoy their Sunday. So that would just be my feedback, is on the outdoor hours, and then, focusing on the 6 a.m. extensions that I think we're just not set up to handle right now, given all the challenges and the inability for the city to meet its current requirements for taking care of the neighborhood. Yeah.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
I was going to say that if we're going to be sending it back to the committee, can we make sure the committee has a quorum so they can talk about it? That might be something we should look at now so we can move along with this. Thank you.
You can join us too.
Well, that's true. Please recruit. Yeah.
Does that mean we don't vote on some of these tonight?
No, we need to vote on some of those tonight.
Yeah, you have to do those. Well, can I make a comment? Sorry, let me just make a quick comment. First, to Commissioner Holden, I agree 100%. From a procedural perspective, we are exactly on the same page. And I had communicated with Commissioner Hanrahan earlier today regarding his preference for it to go through the committee. And I am fully supportive. This is something that we have all been talking about for 90 days. And I'm very happy. I'm very happy to send something back for the committee to look at, to jumpstart those discussions. To Commissioner Harris, I am comfortable with us taking a stand. I think we need to, for the sake of fairness and consistency. And I think it's a good thing for us to go or to suggest to the ABCR committee that they are careful with the language to ensure that we are not overstepping what is our authority. And I think to Commissioner Barrio, the idea of what is the right final number is part of what this discussion needs to be about. The reason why this was introduced tonight, and again, my apologies for not having it introduced with more advance warning, is that in these hearings that I have been participating in, there is a growing sense, and in the same way that Commissioner Harris says, people are saying, well, the ANC caused me to fail. Part of what I'm hearing is the ANC is inconsistent. And so the thought was, I think we need to establish a standard that as a commission, we can say, look, across the board, we are going to take a consistent position. We are not doing it capriciously. We're not doing it without reason. We're doing it because we have been elected to represent a group of individuals who are more and more emailing us and saying, I cannot sleep at night. And so that's why I'm putting it forward. I think what my preference would be is that if the commissioners were to weigh in on the appropriateness of the standards, both to provide some guidance to the ABCR committee in their deliberations, but also to help aid us in our deliberations on the number of licenses we have tonight, that would be helpful. And then we can hand it over to ABCR to do their work over the next 30 days or so. And then we can continue on with our agenda on the items that require our review to meet our deadlines.
I'd also point out there is a practical issue here, which is that you have 35 applications on your agenda for your October meeting, and there's not going to be time to draft a resolution from scratch. There's probably not even time for you to look at this resolution and comment on it.
What's one more resolution?
I mean, sure. And you are allowed to have 2 meetings in a month. There's a lot to ask of people, but instead of having a 7-hour meeting, well, sure. Commissioner Harris, go ahead.
All right, I have 2 other things. I think one thing for the ABCR meeting, we need to know when it is, and if it cannot be can we make sure that it's not rescheduled? Because I think the last few months it has been rescheduled and that has made it difficult to join. And I know committee members have had a difficult time joining because the ABCR meeting has been rescheduled like multiple times over. I think the other thing, and you know what, I just forgot it, so I will email it if it's important. Sorry.
Always welcome to put your hand back up. As a practical matter, I think it's important for us to, can you help me scan through the list of licenses that are up tonight and which ones are impacted by, would be impacted by this set of standards that we're talking about right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I actually remembered my thought.
Sure.
I think something needs to be included in here that in the resolution, the commission will also look to the commissioner who represents the SMD about kind of the feedback that yes, like sure, we can talk about the standards and maybe I missed that, but I think that's really important because that's an important element of if you know that an establishment is seeking and they've talked to you and there haven't been any complaints about their noise and all of that, then that should suffice. That shouldn't warrant a protest. Also, because that puts additional pressure, and maybe I'm biased, but it puts pressure on myself, on Commissioner Barrio, because we have a lot of licenses. So if the commission wants to protest, it's like, well, if we said that they're not an issue, like that should be taken into account, especially since it is our SMD.
Yeah, okay. Point taken. That's something I think the committee will be well equipped to talk through. That's not going to implicate our work tonight as a commission on the licenses we have before us. So let's take that note and we can work some language into it. I think that's also true, Commissioner Harris, of what you suggested before about clarifying the commission's power, what it can and can't do. Commissioner Fay did write a clause, I've highlighted it on the screen, that gets at that. But if you want to work on that language, let's do that afterward. Again, that's not something that's going to impact the way we operate tonight.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You may.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Well,
you kind of made it, but kind of didn't.
Would somebody like to move the adoption of this resolution?
I would like to motion that this is a great draft and we send it to the ABCR committee.
We need to
Second.
You can't refer the thing that's not been moved.
He moved that we're sending the resolution to committee.
We don't even have the resolution. I think I'm going to consider it as moved and seconded because so that we can talk about it, which is what we've been doing, we've been debating it. So the motion on the floor now is to refer the resolution to the ABCR committee.
Yes, motion to move this draft resolution to the ABCR committee for their comment period, as well as all the other commissioners, hopefully during a next period of 30 days or so.
I'm sorry, I don't accept that.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
To refer. Okay, the motion to refer is debatable. So Commissioner Fay.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard from Commissioner Hanrahan, who I would encourage to restate that if you'd like to, is that you will maybe sort of try to look at this in the next 30 days. I don't think that's what you meant. So if you want to kind of state your motion with a crisper deadline, that might be helpful.
Okay, I would motion that we move this draft resolution to the ABCR committee for their comment period, for comment at the next meeting.
Second.
Okay. That means we're expecting to have it back at our November meeting.
With the goal of having it back at the November meeting, no promises,
well,
but
the committee doesn't have to recommend anything. They can recommend yes or no, and then you could introduce it again if they fail to do it.
Sure.
Right? The committee could say, we don't support this at all, and that would be their recommendation.
That's correct.
That's a valid recommendation.
right. Yeah, I recommend we move this before the ABCR committee for their comment and their review and their motion.
Motion to refer made and seconded. Anyone else want to speak to the motion to refer the resolution to committee?
The only thing I can say is over the last 4 years as a commissioner and talking and hearing from the ABCA and previous ABCA and Vice Chair Harris, you're also welcome to join and help Commissioner hand around anytime you like. I know you were always very good at that. But the thing that I've heard, and it's been loud and clear throughout the city, that we need to stay regular. I remember when we first started here in 22. I remember we followed Chair Turner, and he was very clear, and like everything was protested. To the point, you as a chair even said it a couple times too. Now it's becoming like, well, we don't want to. We're not trying to make people fail. I mean, we're just trying to make sure that people have the quiet areas to be able to enjoy their homes. I mean, I've had 2 people move out of their homes, even though the residential trumps commercial, but because we as a commission in 2 years have failed to do anything. So, I will not be voting in favor for this current motion. Thank you.
To refer to committee. I would say, if I may speak to the motion to refer, I wanted to go to committee. I made that clear from the beginning. I'm not sure that we've yet arrived, unless I'm mistaken, at a common sense of how to approach the licenses that are up tonight.
The
only ones that are up
those
tonight.
Separate, so those have to be considered separately, all separately, right? They're
Yes,
not on the consent agenda. We have to go through all.
My goal was that we debate this resolution sufficiently to arrive at a sense of, do we like these operating hours that are suggested here enough to apply them to the rest of this evening?
It doesn't sound like we did.
Well,
the only ones I think
are
Amsterdam and Bunker. Oh, and Flash, of course.
Amsterdam, and so let's take a second and talk about that, which I wanted to do previously. The only applications that are up tonight that involve hours after 3 a.m. are Bunker, which already has some hours after 3 a.m.
Flash
for renewal. Flash has hours after 3 a.m. It's up for renewal. And Amsterdam, same category, already has hours after 3 a.m. is up for renewal. There are no new applicants seeking an extension.
Yes.
Not in
this month.
There's no request for substantial changes, but we have had 3 or 4 of them this past year.
Right. So a question for us, if we agree that this is our sense of what the hours should look like, would be, are we protesting Flash?
I won't protest any renewal.
In order to roll back to hours to match this set of hours.
But you've had that position before.
Right. But I'm saying the question is, so the question is,
Matthew does have a very clear principle.
Matthew has a principle. We love a principle. So I will not be voting in favor of referring it right now. I'll do it in 25 minutes maybe or something if we've decided that these hours look good and we can apply them this evening.
I think several commissioners brought up that the hours do not look good.
Yeah, they don't look good. I don't
because
like
the summer gardens.
the
summer gardens are troubling.
We need to go for this motion now, and then
I think the renewal
discuss the individual
renewals is troubling.
Point of order, please.
Renewals. I don't think we need to. I think they're 2 separate issues. I think this is this item here, and we vote for this one, and then we vote for the individual licenses. And I also think, as Commissioner Harris is saying, that it also comes down to what each individual SMD person has context in for their specific areas. That, I mean, I think there's cases of people they're not next to residences, and there's different things, and that's why they should go to the committee, so we can still work out those quirks and add those certain pieces that we could all feel comfortable on. But it sounds like I'm not hearing that we are all in congruence on what those
I'm
are
saying
right
my
now.
preference is to take 10, 15 minutes, whatever it may be right now, and talk through those specifics, get as far as we can so we know what to apply this evening, and then refer the rest to the committee.
Okay.
That's what I'm suggesting.
I don't.
I think that might be a little.
I'm just saying how I'm voting, and that's why.
Okay.
Anyone else on the motion to refer, not getting back to the main thing, Commissioner Berry?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think we should refer it back to the committee, and I think that we should focus, like, the reason why this is getting brought up, there's 2 things. One, we have issues with noise and with late night hours. 2, we have businesses that are trying to expand until 6 a.m. I think the focus of this should really be on the expansion of hours from what they are currently. I think that taking back hours, while that is something that we can consider, is a more serious and drastic move, which may be necessary in some cases, but I'm not sure if we should really be setting a rule out that we are going to try to claw back hours from every business that currently has them past midnight for their summer garden. I think we should, I just think that we should focus on setting a clear standard of we are not expanding operating hours past 3 a.m. for businesses going forward. I think that that would be in line, and that we could easily adopt that as a standard that we could bring to every meeting and say, look, this is what we're saying going forward. We're not expanding hours past 3 a.m. If that's.
And therefore you are in favor of sending it to committee without talking any further tonight, correct?
I am, yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Sycamore.
Hey, just a quick question for Commissioner Fay. When you were looking at, so I know that Flash is on the agenda. You and I have both worked with Flash and Uproar and the Joint Park community about this, about noise in particular. Where would places like Flash and their outdoor space, their outdoor roof deck, fall into this category? Would it be outdoor summer garden? Because it doesn't really specify anything about roof decks. So that would be.
What I'm hearing is that the commission would like to take more time and talk about this resolution before referring it to committee.
Right, but if we're going to be voting on Flash tonight, that's
Yes,
kind of where I want to.
This is why I'd like to
We have
talk-
35 more agenda items.
Yeah. Let me just kind of say.
I'm about to call the question.
Yeah, you should. Give me 1 second. We'll talk about Flash when Flash comes up. I'm going to recommend protesting Flash for reasons other than their operating hours, which is just the noise and the lack of compliance with their current settlement agreement and the need to create a kind of a more stringent settlement agreement. So that is not related to the hours.
Okay.
I think I am comfortable, and I think it is frankly a bit urgent that we do take a position on the 6 a.m. operating hours. I will say that as I just read the tea leaves, if this commission says to an applicant that says, I would like to run until 6 a.m. because my neighbor is approved to run until 6 a.m., we do not have much of a leg to stand on because that neighbor is going to continue to run to 6 a.m. And I would have a very hard time as ABCA saying, gosh, you guys have a double standard based upon which commission was sitting at the time. And I think we will find ourselves on a very, very slippery slope. The last thing that I will say, and this is a tiny bit petty, so I shouldn't say it, none of these establishments are in my backyard. I am championing this because it is something that I have heard from so many people who are business owners, as well as people who are residents. I don't have a personal axe to grind at all. What I'm trying for is something that creates a bit of equity for business owners who are doing their best to run a business in an area that is really struggling with public safety, that is struggling with trash, that is struggling with disorder. That is my only motivation here.
I think the equity. I do want to challenge some of the slippery slope idea.
I want to call the question on the motion so we can vote.
Okay.
And just move on.
Okay.
There's a motion to call the question. Is a motion to call the question seconded?
Second.
Second.
Are there objections to the motion to call the question?
I don't think you have to
Hearing
second
none, the question is called. All those in, I'm sorry, that's actually not proper because we have a hand up in the audience. Apologies. I was not looking at my screen. Can you please promote Frank? Frank, you have a minute.
Thank you for my minute. I appreciate this conversation. And I would just like to say that this is an important question, long outstanding. So I appreciate Commissioner Fay's presentation and draft. I appreciate Chair DeRamo's leadership in having this conversation and platforming this conversation. Many of my neighbors have moved out because of all the problems raised tonight. I'm tired of losing my neighbors, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this. But first of all, any operator that's up at 6 a.m., that's operating till 6 a.m., guess what? They're probably operating and selling alcohol illegally. There's a set of cases up and down the U Street corridor. They're selling alcohol illegally. What else do you do after 3 a.m. when you can't sell alcohol? Oh, I have operating hours till 6 a.m. What am I going to do between 3 and 6 a.m.? Well, I'm going to sell illegal alcohol. You know why? Because inspectors, the ABCA inspectors are off at 4 a.m. That means that between 4 and 6, nobody's watching the show. Well, that seems like a no-go. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this. I'll have more comments when we review this and at the ABCA Alcohol Committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you very much. The question has been called. All those in favor of referring the resolution, the draft resolution, to the ABCR committee,
please raise your hands.
What's that? I'm okay having it go back to the committee. I'm gonna
Who's
keep
on
my
the-
hand up. I'm okay with it going back to the committee.
1, 2, 3, 4. 6 in favor. All those opposed, please put your hands up. 2, any wishing to note abstentions, or anyone is wishing to note abstention. The resolution has been referred to the ABCR committee with instructions to provide feedback at the next meeting.
Good. Agenda item 36.
36th item on the agenda. Lucky you. With that, we'll turn into the ABCR proposed settlement agreements. I think there's been a couple changes to the agenda. Commissioner Hanrahan, you want to take us through?
Yeah, and really quick, this resolution, this is a big policy position for this group. The reason I voted to go back to committee is that this whole group needs to wrestle with this idea and decide what they're going to get behind, because we're going to need to make thoughtful, responsible decisions. And I appreciate us taking the time and making the investment to get behind the position. So we'll look forward to talking about this more in our next meeting.
Sir.
Yeah, real quick. The thing that also concerns me is we have commissioners come and go. They come in one term, they stay 2 years, they dump a load, and then they leave. So my question is that when they leave and then it's open and into like something now we're debating that now is put in place, as Commissioner Chauvin said, it affects the areas and it's going to continue to do this. We need to be clear and precise. I think we're all in agreement that the bar should not be open till 6 a.m. We've said we don't have the resources, but all right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Commissioner, okay, please let us know what's going on with those agreements.
Yes, so 3 settlement agreements are drafted and were sent around earlier today to all the commissioners for their review. The first one is for amendments to the settlement agreement with the restaurant Appio. We protested them about, I think, maybe in our summer meeting. We've had a walkthrough in the back with some of the neighbors on 9.5 Street. And this amendments include 4 new amendments to the settlement agreement, specifically targeting challenges about rat abatement, keeping the area litter free, and trying to promote the garbage containers from overflowing, and trying to work with the ANC to get help the applicant get bins with locks, because of unfortunately the owner is saying that folks are dumping on him. So we also welcome any feedback or help from the mayor's office or the council member's office on ways to help protect the owner from getting illegally dumped on. But these are a little more stringent in terms of the rat abatement, completing it once every 2 weeks per their TC Health's guidelines, and trying to use the locks on the bins as the primary changes there. And I'd like to motion to support this. This was drafted largely by one of our committee members and supported by the owner as well.
Second.
I do support, yes. Yeah.
Motion to support the settlement agreement.
Yeah, motion to support the settlement agreement.
It's the motion to support the amendments to the settlement agreement?
Motion to support the amendment to the settlement agreement, yes.
Which is the 3 that were in the email we saw earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One of them is an email, yeah.
Yeah, just happy.
Section 4H, I5C, the 8A.
That's correct.
Did the settlement agreement go to the committee for review?
Yes. Well, unfortunately, we didn't quite have the committee quorum, but we discussed with one of the members who was there was the one who drafted this, and I think Commissioner Barrio and I have been working extensively with him as kind of a specific project regarding his area and some of his local neighbors. So I would say yes.
Yeah, I would definitely support this, because I know a lot of the people on 9.5 Street, and this is pretty much all their complaints about. Yeah.
Great. I mean, I don't think it's the end to all the problems, but I think it'll help. And I think we're learning that Prince is like Appio. Yeah. The business is Appio. They are a restaurant on 9th Street. yes, in the ground level. Unfortunately, it seems like they are more of a victim of what their upstairs neighbor Posh is kind of doing in terms of the back, and then Mirror Lounge, which is like throwing. He thinks Mirror. He found some receipts from Mirror Lounge in his garbage cans, which were overflowing. So I don't know what else we can do to try and help prevent that, the dumping, but it's a concern.
Yeah. Big brains are working on systemic solutions for the block. We don't have to talk about it now.
Thinking about it. Working on it.
One big brain is working on it. Okay, motion made and seconded. Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Is there anyone with a hand up? I can't see. I'm sharing my screen. Sorry. All right. All those in favor of adopting the amendments to the APU settlement agreement, please put your hands up. I see 8 in favor and no opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Great. The next one is a new bar in the neighborhood going to be called Frank's Wild Years. This is unbeknownst to any other name of that person's name. This is going to be on S Street, right off of near the Garden District bar. I spoke with the owner numerous times. He also co-owns the bar Snappy's on Georgia Avenue. He said he's worked extensively with his local advisory neighborhood commissioner there. I believe his name, maybe the name Kirby in their district, and wants to be an active member of the community, work with the school that's nearby in any way if they could help out. We did come to some agreement on their sidewalk cafe, which we did because the sidewalk cafe is kind of closer abutting to some residences, to go with a 11 p.m. Closing time. And then we discussed a provision in the settlement agreement that was newly added, that if we will revisit this conversation, that provided that after they start operating for a 6-month period, that if they do not, if there's no noise complaints or concerns in the community, the ANC will revisit expanding the sidewalk cafe hours till midnight. But other than that, it's a fairly standard settlement agreement, as well as our operating hours is starting a little bit later in the day per their what was outlined in the license. I believe the owner, Sean Ryan, might be on the call, but it's a little bit late. Now, I said we might not ask him any specific questions, but any questions arise, he's there to maybe answer them.
Make your motion.
My motion would be to support this settlement agreement. I believe this would be a great, just neighborhood. I've talked with Commissioner Harris about this, and believe the agreement is a win-win for ANC and the business.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hanrahan, the 6-month check-in is written in here?
Is that written in here? Yes. So that actually might have been a very late change to the settlement agreement that I unfortunately might still have in my email. I greatly apologize for this. But that was redlined in around 4:30 p.m. today.
And what did the committee say?
And being discussed now.
What did the committee say about this? How are the votes on this?
Again, we didn't, there was no mention of this really at the committee meeting. Nothing was raised as a flag.
Can you find the last red line while we're going through questions here, please? Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner, could you clarify whether the committee reviewed this or not?
The committee did review this, and nothing was brought up in terms of reasons to oppose this in any way, or flags for them.
Sorry, I just have one other point. So typically, commissioners, settlement agreements don't go back to the committee because sometimes these agreements are made within, just as Commissioner Hanrahan is finding the new edits, they're made within hours of the commission meeting. And because we have such a tight deadline, I would also say this agreement was made before we even protested, which is really great that Commissioner Hanrahan was able to get this through. I do see, I think the owner is on, but this is in my SMD. I'm in full support of this establishment. Also, it is a very small establishment. It's not some huge bar that, would warrant like us. They're not even, I don't think they're, I mean, are they seeking entertainment? I feel like I might have saw that, but even then, I still support it. I've only heard good things about Snappies, and this is the same owner. So I'm very much appreciative that Commissioner Hanrahan got the settlement agreement, and that we do not have to go to protest. So that is why it didn't formally go through the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris.
Anything further on this one? Such as the final language?
The final language is just being sent as we speak.
All right. It'll be the same as the one you sent earlier, but just with that was the only change?
Yes, that was the only change. Yeah, for the request, which seemed, yeah.
So to revisit in 6 months?
That we would revisit it that once they start operating.
Do you want to just read it out loud real quick? That
the line real quick was, gosh. Okay. Line real quick was after initial 6-month period, ANC 1B will reconsider hours of operation, alcohol beverage sales in the Sidewalk Cafe, and the Sidewalk Cafe be extended until midnight, contingent on applicant abiding by terms of this settlement agreement and any noise complaints that are reported at the time. Let me read it again slower. After an initial 6-month period, ANC 1B will reconsider hours of operation and alcohol beverage sales on the Sidewalk Cafe be extended until midnight, contingent on applicant abiding by terms of the settlement agreement and any noise complaints that are reported at the time. I may be missing like a conjunction in there.
That's fine. No, that's good. That's good. No, it's not the grammar that's giving me pause. That's every night of the week, the Sidewalk Cafe, moving from 11 to 12.
Right, and so that would be, we would reconsider them perhaps, right, we consider it being extended, not every day of the week, but maybe.
Also, just as clarification, the Sidewalk Cafe has 15 people and they don't have entertainment on the Sidewalk Cafe. I would also, I'm trying to find the hours for Garden District.
Yeah, they mentioned Garden District, I think they said midnight.
Yeah, so Garden District operates until midnight, so that's not, it's not a.
No, their license has it going until I think 2 or 3 a.m. So we were able to agree with them that we would show it off.
Sorry, is it the Sidewalk Cafe going until 2 or 3 a.m.?
On the license. That's why we have the settlement cafe. That's why. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm raising the point about midnight here because, we've just looked at this document that we sent to committee, which is saying that our guideline, which has not been, we're not set in stone, but just want to point out that we.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
We've moved on from that topic.
We're still allowed to talk about it.
Second.
You don't need a second point of order.
The point is, I just want to make sure we're clear that we're talking about
it's still going back to the committee. And again, as the commissioner who represents the area, like I understand the hesitation. However, there is a place right next to it that it's a garden. And there hasn't been issues.
The point of my comment is just that if the committee is thinking about holding all these things in its head and whether there should be special exceptions because of the size of the Sidewalk Cafe or the location of the Sidewalk Cafe, this is a perfect illustration of something to think through where you seem to be thinking that midnight is okay for this establishment. Articulate the reasons why as you have the debate about the resolution, because 11 p.m. is written in there.
Right, 11, and we agreed on 11 p.m. because we were a little bit nervous that if being closer to residences than Garden District, they might create a little bit more noise, and noise might transfer that way.
Yeah.
And they are a newer business and wanted to kind of grow through a probationary period that shows that they will be a good neighbor, and then reward that as we have discussed at the committee level with settlement agreements.
Okay. It might be incongruous to leave the 11 p.m. in the draft resolution then, as the general rule. Think about it, that's all. Okay, So moved, seconded. Any further stuff? Checking my Zoom. All right. All those in favor of adopting the draft settlement agreement with Frank's Wild Years, please raise your hands as you are able. That is 6 in the room and 1 on Zoom, 7 in favor. All those opposed? 1 opposed. The motion carries. The agreement is adopted. Next up, sir.
Wait, sorry, Chair, you didn't count my hand up as opposed, did you?
No.
Okay, sorry. I forgot to put it down quickly.
I got you, 7-1.
Okay, the final one is Buffalo Billiards, which applied for a new license. And we had, again, a lot of back and forth with the Representative Matt Menora, who might be on the call as well still. This is occupying the former Source DC Theater that's on like 14th, that is on 14th Street. And a question came up as whether this license would cross the threshold of the arts overlay, which is a forever question of relating in ABCR that has a lot to do with the HP Housing and Zoning Commission committee. So we did confirm with the applicant that as it is measured by the zoning administrator, that they do have enough space to occupy the arts overlay and not need a amendment.
Variance.
Yes, thank you. Not need an exception for that. So they do meet that. And I think we also discussed a change to the settlement agreement too, is also to look at the deliveries specifically, the delivery plan, and that to try to encourage and or I believe it was changed to below with the parking and deliveries. Applicants shall direct operators to utilize the rear alley for loading and unloading and make the space available to receive deliveries in the back and not only the front of the store. If applicant needs the deliveries from the front, they should reach out to DDOT to request a commercial loading zone space in the front of the store, or utilize the loading zone that's also on T Street as well.
I believe they changed the language, right? From preferring the loading zone in the back to applying for a loading zone in the front as well. That was fine, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah. So, yes, we have some updates to the delivery plan to try and ensure the deliveries do not block the bike lane. And then they meet the arts overlay. So that was brought up at the committee level. There was some concern about overconcentration. However, I don't know. Yeah, there was some concern about overconcentration, but I think in general, it's a pool hall. It's not a nightclub. It's not a raging tavern.
Clearly weren't at the old Buffalo Billiards then.
Yeah, do we have, I mean, is there insight into how the old Buffalo Billiards was?
Yes. Absolutely.
Sorry, make your motion, please.
Motion to support this settlement agreement.
Second.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions, debate?
My standard question, has the committee reviewed this?
They have. And there was multiple conversations after this as well.
Okay. And the local community is supportive.
The local community is supportive, yes. I think there was still a little bit of hesitation, but I believe they supportive. Yeah.
Okay. What other examples in that area are there of 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Sidewalk cafes / summer gardens?
Yes. So actually part of the settlement agreement, we actually reduced the sidewalk cafe hours to midnight in terms of, alcohol sales, and still kind of left it as a queuing space for them to kind of help with security and with people kind of stepping out and waiting for taxis and things as part of the discussion. I don't
wait. I'm sorry. Did you say that this establishment has agreed to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
That should be reflective.
I see 3 a.m.
It's the operating
The
hours,
operating
2
hours.
to 3, and then you're saying the outdoor
Summer garden.
summer garden is 12 to 1, 12 and 1.
Yes, they do not have a summer garden. So the proposed hours of alcohol beverage sales end at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. for the Sidewalk Cafe, but the Sidewalk Cafe hours still go to 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. It's kind of like a small area in front of their space to help people ingress and outgress of the facility.
I mean, Commissioner Harris, where are you on that?
No, I mean, I'm in favor of this. Again, I really appreciate Commissioner Hanrahan's work on this. I've also worked with Matt Menora on other settlement agreements. I don't see an issue. This is on 14th Street. There's no residences on that block. The Sidewalk Cafe, I'm imagining it's pretty small. It's not big. I mean, this is for better or for worse, we all live I do. I live in a nightlife district. So I'm not opposed to this. I think it's okay. Yeah, and I haven't heard any issue other than people wanting something else than an establishment here, but that's not our choice. That's the landlord and the property owner's choice. So I'm in favor of this. I appreciate Commissioner Hanrahan's work on this.
Thanks, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I think it's good for the community that the Source Theater that space didn't stay empty on 14th Street for very long. I think it's encouraging for the neighborhood that something has been able to come in rather swiftly. I think retail blight is a big problem in the neighborhood. So keeping spaces open and active is much better for the neighborhood than empty storefronts.
And Buffalo, I've been to Buffalo Billiards in their old location in DuPont. It's a fun operation.
Hence my previous comment.
Yeah.
I believe, do we have a hand up? Yes, is he enabled? Frank, go ahead, you have a minute.
I'd appreciate the rules if we could look at a couple minutes, because this is quite an urgent issue. It's regarding the arts overlay, and it's regarding the 50% cap in this 1800 block of 14th Street. I'm not sure if the folks in the audience or on this commission understand the complexity of the cap. I'm not convinced, as someone that's been looking at this issue for 6 years, that they are under the threshold to operate on the first floor. And I
Frank,
don't.
can I ask you, we'll jump in and ask you a question.
Are you reserving my time?
Yeah, of course.
I paused your time.
Yeah, you're paused. We're good. We've considered this before, and I think we've understood that it's definitely not a grounds for protest, the frontage issue, and
it's a zoning issue.
It's a zoning issue. I don't know that I have it clear in my head where in the process that's checked by somebody, but it's not ABCA that's
And they did show us that it was checked, and it felt reassuring to see a table. As a visual person, it felt reassuring to kind of see a visual table of this. I'm happy to share with any of the commissioners. I don't have it. I think I shared it with some folks, but it didn't show the table. He said he got it from the zoning administrator. It wasn't sign off by the zoning, that part, that table wasn't, but it did show that the permit from the Board of Zoning the building permit was signed off on for not meeting the arts overlay.
Sure. If I could please finish my comment. Thank you for that inquiry. The issue is this, that the chart that I see says that there's only 16 feet or 17 feet left on the first floor use. Okay. And for those, and I would appreciate an extended minute time, because the allowance, you have a by right use in the arts overlay, which this is in the arts overlay, to use that second floor. So tonight you could say, do whatever you want on the second floor if you wanted to, but we're engaging them in a settlement agreement. They have the right to use the second floor as they want. It's the first floor that is limited to the 50% cap. And my chart shows that they only have 13 feet to use on the first floor. And as a long-term committee member, I'm not convinced that they have a right to use the 50 feet. So, and I've asked that that they share that information from the zoning administrator, that they are allowed to use that the rest of that full 50 feet and not just the 13 feet on the first floor. So let me make one last clarification. So in the knowledge that we know, according to the chart that I have, it says 13 feet is allowable use for them on the first floor. Well, then this settlement agreement should only allow for that 13 feet use, right? We don't know what they're going to do with the other, is it 16? I'm sorry, whatever, 50 minus 13 is. That's, we're only engaging in that 13 full zoning use. We will use the whole extended floor, okay, when we know that they have zoning use as informed to us by the zoning administrator. I've asked for that material and it's not been shared yet. So,
Hey, Frank, sorry, I turned off the timer because you paused and I thought you were done, but your 2.5 minutes is up. Sorry.
Chair Brandt of ZPD, who's not in the room right now, it did a solid workup on this a couple months ago. He revisited it with Commissioner Hanrahan last week to check this stuff out. Frank, I think it'd be great if you connect with him and see if there's a place in the process that this is not being caught, or does the process need to be reordered so that this is clear?
So any use gets approved by the zoning administrator. They do all of the measurements that's in the Department of Buildings, that's outside of the zoning commission, it's outside of the Board of Zoning Adjustment, it's outside of the alcohol committee. If a decision from the zoning administrator is wrong, or a community member or an ANC thinks it's wrong, they can appeal that decision. That's a whole separate appeals process. And I think those decisions should be handled separately from these alcohol conversations, because it is a distraction and it takes up too much time, especially when we're considering settlement agreements. I think the settlement agreement is about their operations and their hours and things like that. The zoning issue is not pertinent. If the zoning administrator says it's allowed, as far as I'm concerned, it's allowed. Appeal it if you don't like it.
I agree with that.
So for the settlement agreement, has it been like vetted through the committee and also the neighbors? Did I miss that?
Yes, I was on the, yes, I was on the phone extensively with Eileen Johnson. She did hold, she said I largely convinced her. She said she wants to talk.
Oh, good.
Eileen is here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't see the rush for this matter to be considered by the ANC now. Principally, I don't see that it's appropriate because our committee hasn't discussed it. And over the past 2 weeks, I've had a lot of conversations with neighbors on Wallach Place, for whom I'm principally the representative, who are very concerned about the hours. A 3 a.m. outdoor cafe, and
That's reduced in the.
well, fine, but this matter should be discussed in the committee before it's presented to the ANC for any kind of approval. And I don't understand why there would be a departure from procedure, which is for the committee to see it and to discuss it prior to the ANC weighing in one way or another.
I do hear you, Eileen. I think one, I mean, people bring up the question of overconcentration. Our next committee meeting is overconcentrated. We've again 35 other bars that we might want to protest, new applicants there. I wonder what else we might want to hope to achieve in this settlement agreement that we hope to change. I mean,
well, I'm the only person from the committee other than Frank who's here, and you could make that argument with respect to any of the licenses, Stephen, but I understand, yes, there's a volume of work to be done. I've been on this committee for upwards of really a dozen years or more, and this is the annual cycle. This is what happens. It's very painful, but the procedure is that these matters get discussed in the committee. I'm not saying that it's going to take the entire meeting to discuss one license, but it should be aired through the license. Plus, there are people who want to come to the committee meeting to talk about it.
Well, I also defer to Commissioner Harris, who is an expert in local SMD. I do want to be respectful of that, but I think we did discuss it at the committee meeting. For people who were there, we've done a lot of outreach since then. I don't think this is something anything new. This is not new to anyone here at this point. I think we've all done our homework and we've kind of tried to make this as best as possible. And I think given
it is new. It is new for the ANC to discuss it before the committee votes on it, Stephen.
No,
That is
I would
new.
say, Eileen, I hear you on that. I think what is new is that because there wasn't quorum last ABCR meeting, I think that we didn't, instead of getting feedback and protesting on this, we went ahead and were able to form a settlement agreement. So again, just as a correction, oftentimes settlement agreements, I would say 90% of the time, do not ever go through the committee first. They end up at the commission because what goes to the committee first is the protest. So we skipped a step here that there wasn't protest, but I would strongly urge, Eileen or Commissioner Hanrahan, anyone else, I haven't, because that is a very busy block with a lot of different establishments, I haven't heard of, although this might just be a flashpoint because this used to be Source Theater and now it's something else, but I haven't heard of any potential negative pushback on this. So we would need grounds to protest if that was the case instead of a settlement agreement here.
Can I respond to what you just said?
Yes, please.
I am aware, Sable, that you had a community member reach out to you from T Street more than 2 weeks ago with concerns representing people on T Street, and they have reported to me that they are not getting a response from you. Secondly, yes, there was a committee meeting where there wasn't a quorum. That was not the regularly scheduled meeting. Unfortunately, for several meetings lately, the regularly scheduled meeting has been postponed, set on a date that the committee members don't choose and agree on. And unfortunately, we as a whole group were unable to have a quorum. And thirdly, yes, you're correct. Some things do go to the ANC without an ABCA committee review, but not when something is contentious like this.
Okay, I mean, I
Yeah,
hear you,
I'm
and I
sorry.
apologize. There's one,
Excuse
sorry,
me, excuse me, Vice Chair.
I would like to respond because, so I did see the email. I did not know that Elwyn lived on T Street. I didn't receive any other communications from anyone else who lives on T Street.
Okay.
And it wasn't even a negative piece of feedback. It was just we would like to review this placard.
I don't know if it's confusing for anyone else on this call, but to Eileen, Frank's point, we're saying 1 minute, as we're going through this resolution tonight, let's go back to the committee. On the other hand, well, it's not really go back to the committee or talk about it to the committee. I mean, it's just kind of like, excuse my French, but ask backwards. So I'm trying to understand, well, what are we doing here? We're going to committee? We're not going to committee? Are we selecting what we go to the committee with? I mean, I'm not understanding.
I'm going to add on that point, and I don't want to fall down this rabbit hole, but I think it's important and you raise it, and I want to talk about it for a hot second. The reason I did not want to refer that resolution to committee is because we were going to fall into this problem right here, where we're saying, oh, we'd like to think about an 11 or 12 o'clock closure across the board, whatever, significant, whatever, extenuating circumstances aside, and now we have a settlement agreement that allows 1, 2, 3 a.m. sidewalk cafe. So it is difficult to make a decision when there's in the absence of a framework.
Even if we didn't refer this to the committee, we all saw it right this second. It's not votable yet. for a big policy decision like that.
Sure.
Mhm.
And we acknowledge that and said, let's talk through the specifics first, just to see if we could come to something. So, to me, it complicates the work of this resolution in committee if we agree to a bunch of varied closing times for sidewalk cafes.
If I can,
Yeah.
I've got the placard notice here. The protest date is the 27th of October. We do need to make a decision at this meeting about whether we're going to protest or sign the settlement agreement. The roll call hearing is not until November 17th, which means that this could go back to the committee for a brief discussion. They could review the sidewalk hours in light of the broader policy that they will be talking about at their many hours long meeting, and then come back with a recommendation, and a settlement agreement could be made before the roll call hearing even takes place. But by protesting it tonight, I'm a big fan of Buffalo Billiards. I'm also a really big fan of listening to neighbors and making sure that the neighbors are feeling comfortable with their environment. And that would give us a little bit more time to get the work done with the right engagement.
I do want to make a clarifying comment. The regularly scheduled ABCR meeting for November
Will happen next week.
No, well, the regular, it will happen next week, so we could just take
October.
a week to do it. Okay, because the November one is after the protest date, so it would have to happen at the next meeting.
Yes.
Which is a really busy meeting.
So, but also, regardless of whether the meeting is busy or not, we have worked out a settlement agreement with the operator, and then to turn around and then say, actually, we're changing the settlement agreement or would like to change the settlement agreement. Is that a situation that could happen? It just might, they already did a thing and then there's oh, we're undoing the thing.
Yeah.
You see how that's kind of tenuous.
Despite what, Commissioner Harris has stated several times about the import of the single member district commissioner, some of these decisions I think we need to be making as a commission and not as an individual commissioner. And so in this particular case, that's one of the reasons that I want to just say, I agree with the process that we agreed to earlier today. One of the reasons I wanted to be able to have a standard is that the commission's position could be applied by a commissioner, a chair consistently, because we all had a similar standard. And I think in this particular case, there's a question about whether the standard is the right standard or not. Even though it involved two commissioners, it did not involve the full commission.
Comment from Matt Minora in the chat. To be fair, these hours, inside and outside, are consistent with others on this block, including the establishment next door. Thank you very much for adding that. Frank, do you still have a comment out there?
Could you just quickly promote Matt to speaker? I do feel like he's been drawn to this now for over an hour, the last comment.
Can you please promote Frank and Matt? 1 minute each, if you would, please. Matt, I'll let you go first. If you wish, you don't have to speak.
No, there's been a lot said already tonight. I'm going to keep it very brief. Just to be clear, we applied to the hours consistent with those in and around the premises that are to be licensed. And with the work of Commissioner Handerhand, we understood the concern about extra outdoor hours. So we reduced those back. So they're actually earlier than those for alcohol consumption up and down the block. We do appreciate everyone's efforts to get us here to the agreement. We thought it was pretty much settled. I don't know why this is becoming a procedural issue. I do understand that there's procedures that have to be followed, but this is consistent. The ANC could take a vote on this evening. That's all I'm saying. Oh, one last thing also. The linear frontage, we are only using 34 feet of that. There's still ample stuff left, according to the chart that we saw.
Okay, great. Thank you, Frank.
Yes, I have not seen any documentation from the zoning administrator. I've seen an iteration that, and I'm going back to the zoning 50% cap, because my last iteration showed that they don't have enough linear footage to undertake use of the full first floor. And I simply asked as a community member for a copy of the zoning letter saying he has the right. The issue is this, I have 10 seconds, 15 seconds left, that if we don't know if he can't use 50% of that floor, then we should exclude it from the settlement agreement. Is that clear?
Okay, all right. I'm listening. I support a motion to bring this back to the committee level. Sorry. I track my first motion, and I'm going to recommend a new motion that we bring this back bring this back to the committee and hopefully vote to support it at the next ANC meeting, and we won't have to go to a roll call hearing.
Is there a second to the motion to refer?
Second.
All those in favor of any points of debate on the motion to refer? All those in favor of referring the agreement back to ABCR committee, please raise your hands. 6 in favor, all those opposed? 2 opposed, the motion carries, the matter is referred back to committee. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, we have to have a motion to protest.
Oh, well, that's, yeah, correct.
For today, yeah.
Made and
I support a motion to protest.
I'm gonna count that as the second. Anyone needing
for peace, order, and quiet, and over concentration.
Thank you very
On all
much.
equal grounds.
Thank you very much. Moved, seconded.
Second.
Any points of debate on that?
Just as the commissioner who represents the area, I do not support a protest.
So noted. All those in favor of the motion to protest, please raise your hands. 4 in favor, all those opposed, please raise your hands. 3, the motion carries. Protest is lodged. Thank you very much. That concludes our settlement agreement section. Now we get to begin the meeting in earnest.
We still have 45 items on this
agenda. Disposition of license applications. There are 11 here. Let's keep it speedy. Stephen.
All right, no one's allowed to renew the license in January. I'm going on vacation, just FYI.
Right. Cool.
I don't know how to keep. I don't know how to keep this speedy. I mean, I think the only ones.
Here's what I'm gonna say. If you can do like a 20-second introduction to each one that summarizes what the committee thought, and then
honestly, the only.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do that, and then I'd like the SMD commissioner to weigh in for 20 seconds too.
Okay, the only 3 ones that are really highlighted were Flash.
No, I'm saying let's go one by one. So
one by one. The Royal, nice restaurant.
Just say the recommendation.
No protest. No protest. Bunker. Maybe.
No, so I mean, we're going to handle them individually.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay, right now.
Yeah.
Okay, Royal. I would motion to not protest.
Second.
I motion to not protest.
Second.
Fine. Made and seconded. SMD commissioners here. You have the floor.
They're great. I emailed the neighbors. Everybody praises them. I support the non-protest.
Any other input, points of debate?
People at restaurant?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a great restaurant.
We're all in love.
Good.
Wonderful. All right. All those in favor of not protesting the Royal, please raise your hands. That's 8. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Bunker, maybe protest. Defer to the SMD. I think for Bunker.
Was there
not maybe protest? I defer to the SMD.
Sure,
it's unclear. They have late hours, but there's been no noise complaints. We tried to reach out to them. I couldn't find a contact. I couldn't find a contact with them.
Yeah. So the issues. There are no issues.
There are no issues, but they do have all-night hours of
They
license.
don't have all night hours. They only have them.
All right, Commissioner Harris, if you can come closer to the microphone.
They do not have all night hours. It's only until it's like Saturdays, Fridays and Saturdays, and they requested these hours and got a substantial change last year in 2024, and we did not protest it. They're seeking the same hours that are already on their license that we granted that ABCA granted the substantial change and we supported or didn't protest. They're literally in a basement. The floor above is Subway. I do not support a protest here. It's a club, and yes, they have later hours, but we granted them last year.
No infraction history?
Not that we found, no.
Okay, sure. And sorry, Commissioner Harris, again, the hours, which we're looking at the placard here, and it's until 9 a.m. What was the purpose of the request?
It was, hold on.
Operating till 9, sales service till 3.
So they said they expanded our license till 9 a.m. They still closed their doors at 3 a.m., extended hours. have allowed us to produce special after-hours events on busiest weekends of the year, such as Pride and Mid-Atlantic Leather. These events, they've raised money for Capital Pride Alliance and another nonprofit. I didn't realize about the leather part. Sorry, my dog is barking. But yeah, I mean, they're seeking that for other things. And yeah, again, they're in a basement. I don't see an issue here.
Commissioner Harris, we have a standing settlement agreement with them.
We don't because
not.
they're in a basement.
Oh, okay, I was just asking.
Yeah, and to go off what Vice Chair is saying is that I don't like to say choose and pick, as I said earlier, but I will say doing construction my entire life and whereabouts they are and the construction matter and being below the ground, I would say that I don't see why it would be necessary to protest. I also think 9 a.m. is really late, really early, one or the other. Thanks.
Well observed.
I'd like to move to not protest.
A second.
Okay, motion is to not protest. Points of debate, questions? I will raise again the issue of consistency across the commission area.
There's a policy debate about whether we want to claw back hours or not. So this is a renewal. Renewal should be treated differently than new applications or substantial changes. That's a policy point that I believe.
I agree with Commissioner Holden on that.
Yeah, I'm also very sensitive to the, yes, I like that in principle, but I'm sensitive to this point that Commissioner Fay raised, that there is a live set of complaints right now that we're treating different types of businesses differently without an articulable justification for that, right? All right, they're going to point at us and say, all right. Yeah, of course. Sure.
I do think, there is something to this point, and there is something to the fact that Bunker has hours until 9 a.m., which no one else has. I've heard some concerns from MPD, which I can't really go into detail about, but it does seem like it could be worth a protest in order to figure this out as we are resolving the policy question of our standards.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not up to us to figure out. I'm also the commissioner who represents the area. I live less than a block away from Bunker. I don't hear Bunker. Like, they're not an issue. We also granted these hours before, over a year ago. And so that's another stipulation in the resolution that the community and the SMD commissioner, that feedback should be heavily weighted on different dependencies because we're the ones actually on the ground.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? The motion on the floor is to not protest. Seconded. All those in favor of not protesting, please raise your hands. 3 in favor. All those opposed? Sorry?
Sable voted for it.
Sable voted. We only had
I voted to not protest.
Sorry, again, in favor of the motion to not protest.
Yeah.
Sorry, 4. Thank you very much. Thank you. All those opposed to the motion, hands up, please. That's 4. The motion is tied, which means it does not carry. Is there a new?
Well, no, the flip side is true, right? We're gonna now make a motion to protest. I move to protest this renewal license.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we can start debate on the motion to protest.
Okay, let's go with the standards. I would support this to protest.
But
on the grounds of, can you articulate the grounds, please, for the record?
Yeah, you made the motion.
Peace, order, and quiet. And fairness.
That's not.
I don't think it's.
I don't think we can say that.
It's not an official one by.
Peace, order, quiet, and all applicable grounds.
With the goal to get a settlement agreement, because they don't have a settlement agreement. So the intention is to establish a settlement agreement with an establishment that we do not currently have a settlement agreement. I think that, at least for me, makes it a little bit better protesting, because that's also a fairness thing, getting them in line with our other establishments that we've made go through a settlement agreement process.
And we have a great website now that Karen made for that, so we're good to have settlement agreement there.
Yeah, can we? All right, all those in favor of the protest as stated above, please raise your hands.
Still voting now.
We're talking.
That's six in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hands. I count 2. The motion carries. The protest is lodged. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
St. James restaurant, no settlement agreement, but no late night hours. I heard the food is great. I haven't been there. Do not recommend protest.
SMG, it's literally a restaurant. I will not support a protest here.
Motion to not protest.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, hands up.
Unanimous.
I see 8 hands. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Woo, Flair, defer to the SMD, but we do not recommend protesting at the cow meeting.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, this is a little tricky bag because I can't sit here and say that we have to make it equal for everyone. I think that we need to at this point protest because there's going to be next month. There's going to be 2 doors down a protest, and we're just going to hear it back and forth. So I think at this point, although they've over the years gotten rid and listened to our engineering advice and making sure we quiet on noise for Flair, yeah.
They have an extensive settlement agreement. I will
What's the,
input that.
Commissioner Kinzik, what are the grounds?
I'm sorry.
What are the grounds for the protest?
I'm saying that what I'm afraid of is that next month there's going to be grounds 2 doors down that are going to say that we're not, we're allowing one place but not the other. That's what I'm concerned of. But if they have an extensive settlement agreement and the commission is happy with it, then I'm okay. I mean, I have not gotten any complaints in a couple of years from Flair at all.
And Commissioner Kinzik, one of the big differences between this establishment and the other you're referencing is that this is indoor operations only. And so what we're approving is standard hours, indoors only.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
I'd also like to clarify, and thanks to community for nudging, that rather than voting not to protest, maybe we can vote to support their application.
Oh, sure. I like that.
Because it's renewal. It's renewal. No action.
You can do that.
We could just not say anything. But
No,
we're
we
gonna
have to say
We're gonna
something.
handle it this way because the committee come along.
Sorry, we have a question.
And the owner is here. Please.
Oh my God.
Can you grab a microphone so they can hear you?
It's crazy that you stayed.
Well, first of all, I came in today to really meet you guys in person. And usually I log into Zoom meetings and I watch you guys debate. It's very interesting. And I'm very grateful, to say the least. But I'm very grateful for what you guys do for the community.
The witness has perjured himself.
It was really nice to meet you guys in person. And definitely I came to meet you in person as well. I've been basically in the business for 3 years now. I'm not into the community as I was applying my license. I expanded myself, went to Cardozo High School, came back to the community. I opened this business to provide kind of long dream of fulfilling job opportunities for the community, joining tax, really be a part of the community. So I feel like I'm part of the community. I did extensive work to mitigate the sound noise problems. A lot of soundproofing, just making sure that everything, even when we open the door, make sure that not a single sound goes out. I have an extensive settlement agreement, which I adhere to. When I got the license first time 2 years ago, I've been following that, basically, just reading, making sure that I follow the rules. The deck, I haven't been using it. It's been there for a long time. Eventually, I'm going to come back to you guys to really get some approval, but I have no problem with the settlement agreement that's in place already. So just really trying to generate a business here. As you guys know, the community is really dying. The restaurant at the lounge business is really dying, but more than you know. 2 restaurants is getting shut down every week. The economy is tough. People are not coming out. So only thing I'm going to ask the board here, the commissioners here, really to reconsider some of the stuff that that goes on in the community besides the noise. It's bigger issues. The crime, of course, and everything else. And we're not getting the foot traffic that we used to in DC. Maryland and Virginia are winning right now when it comes to the business aspect of it. So you don't want to lose all this community restaurants and bars really are a staple to the community. So that's what I want to say. But thank you for listening.
Great.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, do it. Go ahead. Commissioner Kenzek.
Yeah, I just want to, Sarah, I want to thank you because you have made a difference. And I've, over the last 3.5, 4 years, I have not gotten any complaints. And you're 2 doors down for someone that I get a complaint on almost every week for the last 2 years with their retractable roof. But with that said, I say that we should be in support for this.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, motion to support the renewal made and seconded. Any wishing to say anything else? All right, all those in favor of supporting the renewal, please raise your hands. We have 8, carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go home, go to sleep.
Yeah, go home.
Take me with you. Commissioner.
Flash. We've heard we want to protest from the committee for this.
Okay.
I would recommend we protest Flash in an effort to renew the settlement agreement with a specific clause on Sunday afternoon noise levels and peace, order, and quiet.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, SMD Commissioner.
It's actually Barrio, but I'll comment really quickly and then hand it, because this establishment backs up to 1B01, and a lot of the complaints come from that community. There is a settlement agreement in place. This is a very strange one where the hours of operation are literally 24 hours a day, every day of the week. I know they don't operate 24 hours a day, but currently they're out of compliance with their settlement agreement. There is a need to tighten up some of the language so that we can address the ongoing issues of peace, order, and quiet. And so I support the protest.
I was just going to say, can we just protest? I was going to say, can we protest on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet? Do we need to specify anything beyond that? If not,
Because you can work that out.
yes, that's what I was going to say. I don't think we need to specify anything yet. Let's just do it on those grounds.
Okay. So made and seconded. Anything to add? All those in favor of the protest, please raise your hands. I count 6. All those opposed? I count 2. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
Can I just group the next two are grouped together? Capo and Los Cinco Tacos. They might share a space to serve food, and so that's why Los Cinco Tacos is there. But we, the committee, and discussed to not recommended to not protest. Haven't heard any complaints with them, and they're generally good actors.
Motion to.
I move to support the renewal.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Do we have a settlement agreement?
We don't have a settlement agreement with Capo now.
Okay. Commissioner Barry. Anything?
I have not gotten complaints about them.
Have you tried their sandwiches?
They are inside, I know, very much inside, because it's like a speakeasy place.
Yeah.
I think that.
I would like to ask, like, I get that Bunker is like seeking later hours, but Capo is a club, a speakeasy. So how is this renewal different from Bunker? Why would we support the renewal here and
It's the question of hours.
that wasn't in the protest?
Great.
But also the reason for protesting Bunker was because they don't have a settlement agreement, and this isn't a settlement agreement either. So for consistency, it would maybe protest it to get a settlement agreement. I will not be voting for a protest because I don't vote for protests for renewals, but that's one thing.
I would also say you can't protest on the grounds of a settlement agreement. That'll be very quickly dismissed, but good luck.
It's a rationale that we could use.
I know, but it's actually, y'all didn't word it properly. You're supposed to say, and we will withdraw the protest once if a settlement agreement is reached.
Okay, it's late. I think we could keep moving this forward. What is the vote for? Can we call the question?
Motion.
The vote?
Restate the motion.
Yeah, what's the motion?
It was yours, right?
I didn't make a motion on this one.
I motion to not support, to not vote No action.
No action.
No action. No
Support-
action.
Let's support the renewal without a protest.
Okay, second.
To be clear, second. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. I have 5 in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hands. 1. Motion carries. Thank you very much. That's
Yes, that was their group. Their group together. Yes.
right. Okay, Commissioner.
Amsterdam Cafe and Lounge and Restaurant. There apparently turned out to be an OAG inquiry into them and investigative history regarding their operations. And they have an outdated settlement agreement that does not account for their new hours, or their settlement agreement does not account for hours. So I think I support a protest in order to for peace, order, and quiet, as well as for peace, order, and quiet.
All applicable.
All applicable grounds.
That's it. Is there a second?
OAG or OIG?
OAG.
OAG, okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. SMD.
It's in my SMD. I do support a protest here to amend the settlement agreement and then to also figure out there are a lot of trash issues with Amsterdam.
Trash. Any further points of debate? All those in favor of the protest, please raise your hands. That's 7. All opposed. That's 1. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
Chicha Lounge, we recommended a protest. There is no settlement agreement. They did a substantial change for the expansion hours that we had dismissed, but I think in lieu of trying to keep peace, order, and quiet with them, we protest for those and all applicable grounds.
Second. I'd also want to clarify that they have an OAG investigation ongoing as well.
They do.
They do.
Not good.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you for flagging that.
Thank you very much. SMD Commissioner.
It's in mine. I mean, there have been several neighbor complaints as well too about the noise. So
Okay. Any further points? All those in favor of the protest as stated above, please raise your hands. I count 7. All those opposed, 1. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
Recommend no action for the final 2 renewals. Salazar has an extensive settlement agreement, and as well as Voodoo and The Craft, which are also smaller establishments. They're together, but they're smaller in size. Salazar is larger, but there's an extensive settlement agreement with both of them.
Yeah. Okay. No complaints? Commissioner Harris, any SMD feedback?
no, they are on that 14th block where Buffalo Billiards is going. So there are no complaints over there. And I negotiated the settlement agreement with Salazar. So it is pretty intact.
Motion to support no action here.
Second.
Second.
I seconded already, but thank you, Commissioner Holden.
Wants to leave it quicker.
I like how everyone has left the room except for us, and we are just having a ball here. And it's this is an issue.
This is
Right?
Yeah. Sorry. Commissioner Fay has the floor.
We're getting overtime.
Sorry, it's just a kind of a point of information on the Salazar. They do have summer garden operating hours until 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. They're on the same block as Buffalo Billiards is, which I think bolsters the point that the Buffalo Billiards representative was making, that they've got the same kind of setup. So I mean, we just have to factor that into the banking office. And Commissioner Harris, you may have kind of specific knowledge about that part of the neighborhood where Salazar is located.
Yeah, it's the busiest part of 14th Street. Also, I agree with Commissioner Holden. We can't claw back hours. This is a renewal.
Mm-hmm. Their summer garden also might be like a rooftop and stuff like that. The sidewalk,
it's a
Buffalo
rooftop.
had a sidewalk cafe. I don't know that.
There's a motion. There is a motion.
What was the difference?
Before the motion.
Call the question, the motion to vote to for no action here.
Right, we
I
call
will
the
second
question.
again.
Yeah, I don't think you need a second to call a question. That just means we have to vote.
I'm seeking the floor to speak on this
We call the
matter.
question. You can't look at the book.
Can I ask okay, can I ask a
You can ask
question?
a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Chair Holden.
He chairs something.
Why can't we call back anything?
No, you could, but you'd have to protest it. It's just clawing back as a policy is controversial.
Got it, understood.
It's not disallowed though. I don't
One
think.
could do it.
Right.
It is a big deal to do it.
Sure,
Understood.
which is different than saying you cannot do it.
That's
In fact, it's exactly the opposite of saying you
A
cannot do
question
it.
call.
No one's saying hours cannot be reduced, but
Sorry?
no one is saying hours cannot be reduced.
Right.
I don't support our reduction here. It's in
I agree. And
Motion
I
on the
am
floor has
sure.
been called.
I am
Is
seconding
there,
the motion to have no action.
What's the difference?
On-
Sorry, or explain to me the difference between this
Between Buffalo.
and the one that we just, yes.
I mean, I think there's two differences. One is, people should check me on this because I'm not the
Robert
expert.
is rolling over in his grave.
Hold on one second.
Robert.
Robert's rules. He's dust by now.
He's dust by now.
Robert.
It's General Robert to you.
So, hold on.
Go ahead.
So the
Take it away.
only reason why we're debating this, right, is because they've got 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock summer garden operating hours. And we've got other establishments that people are super concerned about with 2 and 3 o'clock operating hours. The difference here is that this is a renewal and Buffalo Billiards is brand new. The difference is that this looks like it's more of a rooftop bar and the one at Buffalo is on the, like, in front of the building on the street.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ms. Secretary, in terms of your?
I'm not thinking, I was trying to clarify the difference for the chair.
Mhm.
The question is, what's the chair thinking? And there may have been a question called as well.
Which chair? Holden?
Stop it. Yeah, I want to understand how we're avoiding the perception. This is like the most glaring. Yeah.
We're kind of out of order at this point.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? How are we, literally though, seriously, how are we avoiding that?
Let's go to Salazar right now. We could probably.
I mean, how are we avoiding the easy accusation that, you know,
What is the accusation?
why we protested billiards? I mean, is it really just that
It's
it's
a new application.
It's a new application. It's different than a
It's a new
renewal.
application. This is a renewal where we have an extensive settlement agreement with them.
right?
They also, yeah.
It's a sidewalk cafe, it's not a
Yeah.
rooftop.
Okay.
A renewal and a new application are.
Let me-
Completely different things, as Frank Chauvin has told us, you can also protest for over concentration.
We also have no complaints from Salazar that I've heard as of yet.
That's,
I'm comfortable with the distinction between the Buffalo Billiards application and this one.
Okay, I agree.
and bunkers on the grounds of, I got it. Okay, fine. I really expect this to be in the draft that comes back from committee. Like, it has to address the distinction between a renewal. The distinction between a renewal, I mean, you got to capture it.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's no standard.
Okay.
All those in favor of, repeat the motion. Who's got the motion?
Supporting no action here
Second.
on the
Okay.
renewals.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. I have 7 in favor. The motion carries. Thank you very much. And we're done.
Oh, God.
On to the Transportation Committee
We have, like,
resolutions.
4 meaty things left, guys.
Is there a motion on the floor?
For what? I'm gonna make. I'll start with all the motions.
Let's go.
Okay. Attention. I'll get a gavel out. So I'm gonna start for expediency. I'm gonna start with making motions for all of these things, and then we'll go into.
Just go ahead and make the motion, please.
I'm letting the children.
They're
know.
not paying attention.
We still have audience members, probably.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to make a motion to support a resolution in support of, is this the right order? Is this the Streeteries one? What's the order? That's the one I have pulled up. Okay, good. Resolution in support of removal of abandoned, vacant, and unused temporary streeteries in ANC 1B. This was a initiative from a committee member, Karen Gall, but also informed by complaints from neighbors. And the idea is that since the temporary streetery program is sunsetting and the operators around town are having to apply for a streetery permit and meet certain standards, if they're not participating in the program, they're supposed to remove the streeteries But if they don't, we don't want the city to let this languish, or building owners or the business owners and become a burden on the neighbors and the neighborhood. So we're asking, there's several whereas clauses explaining the background and how these things could become hazards, safety hazards, ADA, accessibility standards, issues with MPD, et cetera. So there's a couple whereas or resolve clauses. One is we're asking that DDOT to work with its partner agencies, DPW, MPD, et cetera, to identify and remove abandoned temporary streeteries, specifically along the U Street corridor, as soon as feasible. Be it further resolved that DDOT shall conduct an immediate assessment of all the remaining streeteries within ANC 1B and prioritize removal of any that are deemed hazardous. And we have some examples of like, there are some on U Street that had grills or propane tanks in them that could be fire hazards. There's some vacant properties that still have, where there's no operator, where there's still streeteries out. So just giving examples of like where they should prioritize removal. And then talking about how the agencies should coordinate with each other to be efficient. And we're asking them the deadline that they've stated. The first deadline to apply for help or something, I think was October 1st. And then the removal deadline is in November. So we're asking the city actually make sure they're removed by the end of the calendar year. So knowing that like deadlines often get blown past, we're allowing for some wiggle room, but we don't want it to like languish. So we're asking by the end of the calendar year. And asking DDOT to establish clear abandonment criteria. So then all of this could be triggered. And also suggesting that the DC government pursue cost recovery from property owners. So it's not on the taxpayer to clean up these messes. So there's a lot in there, but that is the quickest summary I can do. So I move that we support that and send it to DDOT and implementing agencies.
Is there a second?
Second.
Questions, debate?
Yeah, just for a quick question. The vote for the committee, how was it?
Everyone supported it.
Perfect.
Sure. Any input from the business community during the committee meeting, or any input from the committee members from the business community?
No, not that I can recall. I think all of the input that I have heard and that was at the committee was focused on community members that are concerned with these turning into eyesores and like potential hazards. So that's where the outreach came from, that, or the engagement came from that.
Would you mind terribly? I know I see Jean who's not on. She's really connected to the.
Has she risen her hand?
No, but I was just wondering if she would possibly want to comment on it.
She's going to comment on the bottle bill, so she might be saving up her ammunition for that.
Got it. Okay.
I also know that the commission itself did do some outreach to businesses to see if they had red flags about streeteries being taken away, and we received none.
Yeah, I think our commission generally, while there were some very successful and popular streeteries, I think we were less of a streetery hotspot compared to 2F or 2B or 1A in Adams Morgan. Is that the right one? I think 1C. Yeah, so I think we had a lot of the streeteries, a lot of the concentration of like really intense streeteries were kind of around us, and maybe less so in 1B. It's my perception.
Thank you. Can we promote Jean, please? You got a minute?
Hi, everyone. I don't need a minute. I just, the thing about the streeteries, if business is utilizing and wants it, I think they're pretty focused on taking care of them. There's some that are abandoned, and I think it's become an MPD issue. And so we would support definitely removing abandoned streeteries. Thanks.
You did that in 18 seconds.
Is our most efficient community member.
Thank you, everybody. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please raise your hands. What happened?
He's tired.
He's tired. 6 in favor. Thank you very much. That's one abstention. Yeah, for the record.
She's a professional. Leave her alone.
She will ask me later. I pledged to try to say it out loud.
Next up.
Yeah.
I move that we support a resolution in support of the revised 11th Street protected and Vermont Avenue protected. Actually, that one's not protected. I'm going to repeat it. The revised 11th Street protected and Vermont Avenue bike lane project proposal, as written in the packet. Somebody give me a second so I can explain it.
Second.
Thank you. So this has been a long standing project. This ANC has had several hearings, meetings on this in the past, some of them quite long. The idea for the 11th Street bike lane, protected bike lane project is several years old. It's been identified in the bikeways plan for years. Most recently in 2024, we supported a resolution to support a fully protected bike lane from L Street downtown all the way to Monroe Street, Northwest and Columbia Heights. They have not built it yet. They've been working on refinements and details and plans. The reason why we have this resolution here tonight is because over the summer, they updated plans and did a presentation at the July ANC meeting. We were kind of waiting and seeing if there would be a notice of intent by now or not, but because there has not been a notice of intent in anything, we wanted to get a plan or get our comments out to DDOT kind of before that, just so they know how we're feeling and to encourage them to build the project. Quickly, I will summarize what the changes from our prior vote. So the updated plans from L Street downtown to S Street, it is a fully protected lane of 2 directions. That's kind of outside of our jurisdiction, but it goes into us. Kind of where it starts with us is S Street. And so from S Street to Florida, and I've explained this at a couple meetings before, but just reiterating on what we're voting on. From S Street to Florida, they are now proposing no protection, but changing the street to be southbound traffic one way from Florida Avenue to S Street. They are keeping parking on both sides. There will be a travel lane for cars, 1 travel lane moving south, in addition to a painted standard conventional bike lane with no protection that will go in the same direction of traffic. They are also proposing a northbound contraflow lane that will start at S and go to Florida that would allow bikes to go north against the flow of traffic in a painted lane. It'll have a yellow stripe, very clear that that is what is happening. This configuration exists on 17th Street, right by my house, and works great. So even though we're losing the protection there, DDOT kind of heard some concerns from neighbors about parking and this and that, and this is the compromise. And the committee supports the compromise. Similarly, they originally proposed protected bike lanes on Vermont. We heard a lot of concerns about that from different stakeholders. So to DDOT, what DDOT's compromise is, instead of protected bike lanes, they're keeping most of the parking. They're reducing the travel lanes in each direction to 1 travel lane with a buffered bike lane. A buffered bike lane means it's just painted. There's no flex posts or concrete, but the painted line is wider. So it offsets the cars further away from the bikes, giving the bikes more room. It's a safer configuration than a standard bike lane, but this still allows for parking, etc. We're asking that DDOT can consider looking at ways to add ADA parking along the routes, bus belts where it makes sense, and loading zones where it makes sense to kind of like ensure that these new configurations are working for everybody along the route. We're also asking that DDOT consider removing the old trolley tracks on 11th Street. A lot of times people complain about the pavement conditions on 11th Street, and the reason for they degrade faster than other parts of similar streets is because of the embedded trolley tracks. The reason why they haven't removed them is it's very expensive and would require a full rebuild. We're asking them to consider it because over the life cycle of the whole road, it eventually would be cheaper than replacing it as much as they have to. Those are the talking points. We're also urging them to stop dilly-dallying and build the bike lane. They've been talking about it for 5 years at least. Just do it, DDOT, just do it. So that's the resolution. The committee supported it unanimously, and this is former Commissioner and committee member Santiago Lacatos's final act on the commission. He wrote this. He wrote this.
Great. Made and seconded. Yes, a question.
Question. So you said it would become strictly southbound on 11th Street for cars?
Just from Florida to S.
Okay, that's one thing I will support. That goes straight through my SMD, and that's like the number one thing I keep hearing about is parking, and then this has been going on around about that. Then I can't support that. There's too much traffic going both ways that it's going to start diverting traffic back into the neighborhoods instead of just a straight shot down. I can't support that, not even a little bit. Like that would be completely, and just in former Commissioner Lacatos's style, he and I constantly butted heads, so it's a great way for him to end because I couldn't support this.
Jamie, or Commissioner Sycamore, I just need to clarify that was not his idea.
Right.
That was DDOT's idea. So I wouldn't attack him over that idea in particular because that is the DDOT suggestion, not his suggestion.
Right.
And this was the compromise to preserve parking.
This was a compromise to preserve parking. The original proposals removed a lot of parking or perceived a lot of parking. And this was a compromise to retain basically all of the parking.
How much outreach have they done? Because I haven't heard anything.
DDOT has.
I mean, I haven't heard. I'm constantly checking that kind of stuff for this bike lane. I haven't heard much about that.
They came to our meeting. I'm not responsible for them having other meetings that they do, but they came to our meeting. They posted updated 65% plans for the other segments on their website. They posted these.
So where's the
plans.
traffic supposed to go instead of going straight down 11th Street? It's supposed to just go up into the neighborhood and come back. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
That completely just doesn't make any sense.
There was a big neighborhood walk too. I recall that.
There was a big
why
neighborhood walk.
They are gonna have traffic engineers study the traffic, and that's partly, I think that's why the project is, we're still waiting, they're gonna study that.
So they haven't even done the study yet, but there's still proposal.
I'm not sure, I don't know all the details, but I know
So I would also like to add that there will be several more chances for the ANC to weigh in, as there's not been a notice of intent or the 65% plans. This is like a midway point. So we'll be voting on it again, let's just say.
This might help push that study to happen, that we don't know where that study stands. And so without pushing them to at least do something, they might not, we don't know what will happen with the study, right?
I just can't get behind with just the one lane. I can't get behind.
I'm going to consider the question.
One way
called.
southbound towards downtown. 11th Street is a smaller street than some of the neighboring streets already.
Not really.
Compared to like 13th or something.
I mean, but you're pushing.
We're going to call the question on the resolution unless we have fresh questions.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Passing lane for the bike lane. Is
Passing lane?
I thought that's part of the resolution. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's just sorry, that's not it is asking them to make the bike lane wider in a certain area. So it would be easier to pass on the hill for like e-bikes because standard bikes, it's harder for standard bikes to go up the hill versus an e-bike. So it's not a passing lane so much. It's just like
I'm all for making them wider.
Asking them to make a certain section.
DDOT has wider. I love the bike lanes, but sometimes they make them very narrow, and they think that people can do that, and I think that that's an issue because not everybody can do that, and it's easy to get.
That is the intention.
Yep, I'm supportive.
Ooh, I get to call the question.
I'm considering the question called. If we're good, all those in favor of adopting the resolution as presented, please raise your hands. 5 in favor, all those opposed. To oppose, the motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
I got another resolution, guys.
Last one?
I got another thing. So
take it away.
Motion to support a resolution in support of the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act. This was introduced to us as the committee by Chair Trindade Duramo. And there's a lot of whereas clauses explaining why litter is bad and why bottle recycling is good. And we're asking, there's a bill currently with the council. There's a hearing on it last week. So this is the commission's opportunity to weigh in. We're resolving that we recommend that we endorse the Amendment Act, and we're recommending the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development and Transportation and the Environment mark up and support the legislation without delay. We applaud the bill's foresight in increasing deposits over time if redemption targets are not met, to keep the incentive at pace, rising costs. And then, oh, this is the one that's in the packet, and I have additional clauses, guys. I have the wrong one pulled up. I'm going to keep reading this. Resolve that the commission urges the district government to support and sustain an adequate return infrastructure, including sufficient density of return locations, and to give special consideration to residents with limited mobility, those who do not live in central areas of the district, and those who might face other disproportionate barriers to participation in the refund program. And then I have the other thing. I'm opening it up. So the committee debated this and generally was supportive of those clauses, but we wanted to add a couple more. One was a suggestion from committee member Karen Gall. Another was a suggestion from Jean Hamza, community member, who was at the meeting last night, and then also Jean Hamza 2.0, because Bill Spire from DC9 accidentally joined with Jean's name, so it was very confusing that there was two Jeans, but we made it through. So the additional clauses that we made last night were simple. But the first one is, be it further resolved that the program supports sanitary collection and efficient management of returned bottles and cans at pickup and drop-off sites. This was a concern about rats and just general cleanliness, and trying to make sure the district is enforcing a program and helping businesses like keep it all together. Like, it's a lot at the pickup sites, so it's just like making sure they don't become hazardous condition. The second added clause is, be it further resolved that ANC 1B urges that the DC Council and implementing agencies work closely with the business community, especially the bar and restaurant community and small footprint businesses. So this was intended to be like liquor stores that are tiny corner stores, things like that, where keeping storage on site of the bottles or even having a return place would be a burden for them. So thinking about how they can efficiently participate in the program without it, and to minimize negative impacts to service and operations. So just acknowledging that this is a big change for the city and that operators might have a hard time getting into it. So just encouraging the city to really think that through. Chair Trindade Durama would also like to offer another resolve clause, which I'll just read right now because I have a detective meeting at the meeting. Resolve that this commission calls on the council implementing agencies to study and to develop plans to respond to the potential for the return of beverage containers purchased in neighboring states and returned in the district en masse, and the potentially destabilizing effects for the deposit and refund program's viability, and to engage the legislatures of neighboring states to encourage them to develop complementary deposit and refund programs so as to standardize the practice regionally and augment the environmental benefit. DC is an island in between Maryland and Virginia, and programs like this work better regionally. So that is why that was added in there. Great. That's the resolution.
So moved and seconded. Questions, comments, debate? Yeah.
So what is it? Are they gonna like print it out on the bottles?
Yeah. The return, the refund, just, yeah, I mean.
Ever bought a can or a bottle from, say, New York or Michigan, they usually have a small section along the side that says the list, the half dozen states that have followed and bottle laws. And so it would just go in there next to Michigan and whoever else has a 10-cent law.
New York. Can I ask you a question about process? What is, and maybe let me just state kind of my position, which is not a huge fan of the bottle bill. Everyone in council seems to have co-sponsored it, so I'm sure it's going to pass. But the question I've got is this. I like the recommendations that are in this resolution. I think they're really good. I'm not quite sure that I'm ready to say, hey, I'm all supportive of this. And all these glaring questions that need additional time and attention and focus, we'd also like to bring to your attention. So where in the process are we? And the question I guess I would be thinking in my head is, can we raise the question of, hey, can you guys commit to studying these things without also saying, hey, we really love this bill? Can we just say, hey, you really need to study these things? Like, these are really important. And if you were to say, gosh, we've only got 30 days before they vote on it, then we need to take our stand now. And if it's like, it's going to be another 6 months, we might have time to be able to say,
I had a
study
hearing
things.
last week, but I do not know when a vote would be. I don't know if Chair, you know that?
This is when I would turn to the representative of the council member's office who is not here today.
Well, it's 11 o'clock.
They weren't here at the beginning.
That's true.
Can we just say that the
So-
mayor's office representative?
You don't see legislation?
Oh, true. It's, yeah, Commissioner Kenzik.
Executive, that's
Yeah,
true.
so I actually listened to the entire thing that day. It was really interesting, and I think there's two that are not in favor. The rest are, and I know Brianne kept saying aye, like she always does. It was good. Okay. With that stated, Connecticut, I know where I'm from originally. We do believe in recycling, and I used to get the 5 cents and loved it. Times there are changing. DC, from what I understand, even though if it's smaller than 2,000 square feet, they don't have to go with the program. However, when speaking and hearing a lot of these owners get on the phone or in person there, they were saying that they are making 6,000 a month, but this is going to cost them 10,000. So some of your improvise that you had stated at the end. I think that is good. That Gene and whoever else also mentioned those. I do agree with that because I just get concerned about smaller businesses. That's really it. I do like recycling, by the way.
I mean, I think there could be we could just do a quick amendment on the word endorses in the first resolve clause. I'm amenable to that. Maybe you are too.
Does that really get at what Commissioner Fay was hoping to, though?
Maybe just say that, like, my whole goal is that I think the questions that you guys just raised here are really thoughtful and important questions for the sustainability and success of the program. And so I don't want it to be misread as, hey, ANC 1B supported this, let's go forward and pass it. I want to be able to say, gosh, ANC really raised some great questions.
Yeah, so I just looked up quickly. It's slated to move to the Transportation and Environment Committee in November. So like a vote is a ways away. We could table it for refinement.
Sure, we can also make 2 snips now, or do you want to think about it
But
for a
if
month?
we're fine with the snips, I don't know if we're fine. What one snip is just getting rid of endorses.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
I mean, it could be, I think, as easy as, and we'll decide together because the commission owns the document now. We could change the commission endorses the bill to saying the commission looks favorably upon the bill or looks with interest upon the bill and urges. I mean, the rest of it is urges. So.
I want the urges communicated. I
Right.
wouldn't want to do that.
Okay.
Right, so.
Get rid of
Then
the
I guess I would
first resolve.
move to amend to say resolve that this commission looks favorably upon. Sure. The Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act and recommends that the council's committees on business and economic development and transportation and the environment mark up the legislation. And I'm going to strike.
I'm also just one person, so Francois and.
I like it. I'm making this amendment. You can second it.
Okay.
It's not your amendment to the motion. Secretary Fay.
So instead of mark up and support the legislation without delay, I would say mark up the legislation without delay, taking into account the issues raised below. Or that's silly, actually. Mark up the legislation without delay.
Yeah. Because then it's like, and there's all resolved, you don't have to say below.
Yep.
Right, good?
Yep.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of the amendment? Oh, Gene.
Wait, let Miss Gene
Okay,
talk.
Gene.
Gene, go to sleep.
Screeching halt. Gene, the floor is yours. Her hand is actually down now. Given mixed signals. Go. Gene, you're enabled if you'd like.
Well, I lowered my hand when everybody gasped and carried on, but I just want to say I have to clarify that all bars and restaurants are impacted by this bill. They will have to they'll have 10 cents deposit on every bottle in their and can in their venue. What they are exempted from is being redemption centers. They don't have to let you bring your bottles and cans to their establishments for deposits, unlike a grocery store. So please, please understand there's a footprint issue, space. There is an outlay of costs of our financial controller thinks around 3% and the restaurant association thinks higher. That might not be a big deal for some, but that could really be a problem for others. So it's a complicated bill. Please read it, take a look at it, try to understand it, and around the implementation of it are the problems. Honestly, I don't understand. We have people picking up our bottles and cans. We're forced to put them in clear plastic bags so they can be, quote, recycled. We know there's lots of issues about that. But why the change in focus? Why aren't the people that are picking this stuff up? I mean, there's just a lot here. And I'm a resident. I'm all in favor of recycling. If I just looked at this bill as a resident, I'd support it 100%. 100%. So I've gone way over a minute, but just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Gene, it's okay, because you were on like 15 seconds last time, but I agree with everything you're saying.
Can I? Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna move to, the longer we keep doing it, I'm gonna move to refer this resolution to the Committee on Economic Development. Is there a second?
Do we have to vote on the other motion?
Second. Which one, the amendment?
The amendment in my original motion.
Oh, sorry, the amendment, yeah, no, yours, no, we'll have to refer it, but, yes, my amendment has been made and seconded.
I withdraw my original motion, and the amendment gets withdrawn too.
No.
Yes.
We're doing the amendment. It's been made and seconded. All those in favor of the amendment that I just read, change to soften the language from support to looks favorably upon. Let's just put it in there, and then we can send the damn thing to the committee.
Fine.
Okay. All those in favor?
Okay. Yes. But I'm withdrawing my motion to vote on it.
7.
Which.
It's
the original one.
the body owns it now. 7 in favor. So 6 in favor of the thing for the amendment. Thank you very much. The motion now is to refer the matter to Committee on Economic Development. Let's think about it for another month. I'm very happy with that. Is there a second to that? Very much. Everyone in favor of referring it, please. 3, 4, 5. 7 in favor. The matter is referred to the committee. Thank you very much. Final item.
Make one small comment, especially with Commissioner Fay raised the issue of timing.
Yeah.
I would note that because the hearing was so recent, the hearing record is probably still open. If the commission waits for another month, that may cause.
There's going to be a hearing in the other committee. That's fine.
Okay.
So then the final item that I have is it was mentioned earlier, the proposed block party on Seton Street. The organizer was here earlier, but it is 11 p.m., so she left. They're asking for $606, $606.80 to support the block party. The permit is currently pending with DDOT, but anticipated approval next week.
And I'm going to second that.
Great.
Sorry, really quickly, because I know we talked a little bit about the $500. LPCA was going to loan a number of things in the budget that was going to bring their total costs down to 500. So LPCA was going to loan them like the $106 worth of different equipment and supplies.
Okay, we can't ask her because she's not here, but in the email to me, it says total request $606.80 can be 500 if needed. So I'm willing to say 500.
And I'm willing to say that, and I'll also willing to donate the $106 if it doesn't work out.
$500.
We're donating a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Motion second.
There a second to the motion?
Support.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
I
That's
move to adjourn the
7.
meeting.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's put the chairs back upstairs, which includes
But
you.
that's after the meeting is over.
It includes you.
You stayed here the whole
I
time.
move to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Just to say overtime is rare these days.